Hello, everybody. This is Jason. Allison is not here with me right at the moment. We have a pre-recorded live stream tonight for you. And uh-oh. This is Jason. Allison is not here with me right at the moment. I'm listening to myself. Yeah, so I thought I'd come on real quick beforehand just to let you know. We recorded quite a long session, and we were going to stream the whole thing tonight, but I called Allison. I was like, "Hey, Allison, this thing's like 7 hours long." So we decided to break it up into two parts. So tonight we're gonna do part one, which is a little over 4 hours, and we're getting ready to go out of town, so we're not going to be on. Allison may be on the chat a little bit, and I may or may not be on the chat. I'm doing a few other things. But we will be streaming part two within the next couple weeks. So stay tuned. So this is just part one of two, and the rest will be coming soon. Good evening, good day, good whatever the heck it is. I'm
Hi,
here.
everybody.
Hey, everybody. We're here again, once again. Allison McDowell and Jason Bosch. And we're both getting ready to do our road trip, but Allison was like, "Can we do one more? Can we do one more before we go?" So, of course, I get all these emails like with video links and all this stuff. I was like, "Okay, let me put all this together." So, yeah. So there's basically you wanted to talk about kind of the gamification aspect of all of this.
So before we open this, there was somebody who left a comment on when I uploaded the clips from Michael Mateus, and they're like, "Well, is this guy just trying to get money for his video game?" Like, I guess he thought maybe it was this, and I won't say he, I don't know. This person thought it was a pitch, like for venture capital to scale the game. And clearly, I think if they'd looked a little bit further, they would realize that this was a much older game, and that it was a much older, like 10 years or more older game. It wasn't a new game. And I hadn't responded at that point. I said, I think it's probably government backed money. And then they're like, no, probably not. And I was like, no, actually it is, because I went back to look, and it's not, no surprise, funded by the National Science Foundation. And the money for the authoring tool of this interactive drama, which again, I would say, think back to Ian Akilda's and the Internet of Bio-Nano Things and immersive media interactive drama. This goes way back. This grant is from the NSF. It was started in 2008 and took until 2011, and it was for not very much money, $500,000, I guess. I'm sure for Michael Matias, he was the principal investigator at the time. He was at University of California, Santa Cruz, where he's still based, as I understand it. And it's talking about an automated support for novice authoring of interactive drama. Okay, so this is this facade game that he developed that was, I think, came public in 2013. Actually, it ended in 2015. So it came out publicly in 2013, which is the use. And this is not just AI NPC stuff. This is something much more sophisticated. And I have a clip where they're talking about that this level of engagement has never up to this point been pursued. Although my sense is it's probably being pursued behind the scenes. But the public facing stuff, that this is a unique aspect. And I want to point out that the NSF backed it because this is public money. Okay, so I can't remember if the last time I had to pop away getting a new timing belt on the old Subaru because I don't want a smart car, trying to keep my old car going. But now I'm back. Actually, it's great because my mechanic and I, we were confabbing on electric cars and the death of cars and everything. And it turns out he's talking about closing up his shop in the next 4 years. So I'm like, okay. He doesn't know anybody in Arkansas. So,
Yeah.
But he did say if I need to replace my Subaru, a Toyota 4Runner, that's what he recommended for.
Oh, really?
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a mental note of that. But yeah, and then on the way up, I was coming up Broad Street from South Philly, and literally through Center City, every intersection had a crisis management police vehicle at every intersection, like 30 bike at one of the so I don't know if something happened on the subway, like, or what, but I was like, yeah, this is
simulation. Maybe
I should just like get out of here. At this point, it's just not, there's nothing good about this anymore.
Yeah.
So I think I was talking about Michael Mateus and that his program for automated storyboarding was funded by the National Science Foundation. And I forgot to revisit this map, because essentially the National Science Foundation was conceptualized during the post-war era by Vannevar Bush. And Vannevar Bush sort of led this National Defense Research Committee with Alfred Loomis and the Loomis Labs. And, because essentially World War II, if the Cold War was game theory, World War II was cybernetics, and cellular automaton maybe. And so that was baked into the radio frequency work that was coming out of the Tuxedo Park and Alfred Loomis. And, and Vannevar Bush was overseeing this all. So we've talked about, again, if I know there's some questions, some people don't believe in nuclear bombs or whatever, but, if the story is that ended the war, but what really won the war was radar and frequency. And so I feel like that's where we're at now with group coordination and stigmergy and nanotechnology and immersive reality and ubiquitous spatial computing, is that it's all running on sort of a militarized radar system.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to point out, as we were talking before about the fish force and teaching kids in Head Start about high level physics, intuitive, having them, tap into their intuition for physics training. When I was growing up, like as a latchkey kid, in middle school, like there was the after school programming, and Zoom was one of them, like Zoom.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember that.
WGBH Boston, right? And so if we pull down a little bit, I want to point out Henry Loomis, which is one of the bigger blue dot there, was Alfred Loomis's son. Nope, we're going the other way. And he actually was trained at Berkeley in physics and signals intelligence, and he was out in Hawaii. I talked about him on my Maui thing, but for a while he was an assistant to Killian, who was the president of MIT, and then later worked with the Voice of America and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And then also MITRE Corporation, which we did a whole series about MITRE Corporation and nanotechnology and impact finance and blockchain. And he had ties to the CIA and USAID, or the US Information Agency. So the son, Loomis, was as significant in some ways as the father, Alfred Loomis. But it was the Corporation for Public Broadcasting ties that I thought were really important, because they were connected to the Carnegie Corporation. So if we can scooch the whole thing, like national defense to the right, so we can pull out other way. Yeah.
By the way, I was going to say something about that. So when I run, the reason why I get my up and down screwed up, my camera, when I'm filming my camera, I have a handle on the back. If I want to pan down, I actually lift up. And if I want to pan up, okay. I've got like a motor thing, a muscle memory from using my camera. So that's what that is.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I can totally see
but
that.
The left and right, I don't have an excuse for that.
Well, if we could pull Loomis down and to the right a little bit.
Loomis.
Down, though. The other way.
Oh, okay, down and to the right.
Okay, all right, great. So now we see WGBH Boston, and it's connected for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. And, James Killian, who was the MIT president, but Corporation for Public Broadcasting, maybe we can just get rid of the three dots there, get rid of the sidebar, and I can see more. Like I need more on this. Yeah. So you can see the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which is the purple. It's connected, it's funding and pass through for WGBH Boston. And Killian at MIT, maybe if we could slide it up a little bit, he got the Corporation for Public Broadcasting set up. So again, like all the time where, I was a progressive and I was thinking, I'm listening to smart radio, NPR. Well, it actually comes out of the War Machine. And the funder for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting was actually through the Carnegie Corporation and John Gardner, who was connected to the OSS and a UN delegate and connected to the Educational Testing Service and Health Education and Welfare. And so if you put on the lens that maybe there's something outside of our time scale and outside of our problem space, and they're imagining that eventually we're going to label children as a computational resource in a biohybrid superintelligence run on Web3 and game mechanics, you can see the extent to which Sesame Street and the electric company, right? And things like these public services, especially if you can tie them into beneficial outcomes, right? We're helping poor kids by putting them on good quality after school television, right? Feeding them good stories so that they can be good nodes in the civic computation mechanism. But again, Carnegie is deeply connected to quote unquote world peace, which is the homeostasis. And they were the center of educational technology. I mean, Carnegie Corporation underwrote the Flexner report that changed the health system training. And they've always been behind the educational technology. And going back to Lloyd Morissette, and this is not on this map, but we went to Boulder, and like a lot of the early ed tech infrastructure actually was situated in Boulder and was allied with Lloyd Morissette and Joan Gantz Cooney of the Sesame Street and Sesame Ventures, which is now a venture capital arm. So, why does Sesame Ventures exist, right? Where did it come? Where did the idea that you would take investment capital and link it to a beloved 1960s pseudo-progressive TV franchise, and then link it into venture capital tied to educational technology and big bets on human capital? Well, it starts to make sense if you try on the lens that, oh, well, maybe this is about synchronizing and training and harnessing the intuitive, imaginative, creative capacity of children through a digital media interface that they've been accustomed to. And again, now my child is in their early 20s, but very few people would suspect, or would think, well, wow, maybe the children's television programming had other stuff going on behind the scenes that 50 years later was going to lead to a much more complex story than we understand, right? Of how we interact with digital information, and how children interact with digital information, particularly vulnerable children who need the social safety net, so to speak. That the social safety net is a neural net connected to the global biohybrid superorganism.
Yeah.
So I don't know, can you see that kind of trajectory? And again, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting was one of the first public-private partnerships. And it was MIT, which is, again, the center of the digital currency initiative, much later. And it's the war machine. You can say, yay, we won the war. We love that we won the war, and we have these great technologies like radar and nuclear bombs to win the war. But then all of that stuff always gets thrown over into the consumer product side, right? And into the consumption side, and we don't understand where it comes from. That gets kind of scrubbed.
Yeah, totally. No, I get it.
Yeah. So I want to point out that, and then when I was doing a lot of my education activism work, again, it's the story behind the story. There was a shift because remember, I was situated in opposing standardized testing, which again, ETS goes right back to Carnegie. And standardized education, because again, if you're a computational node, there need to be standards that connect everything, or you're going to be dysfunctional as a contributing node if you're not connected in a standardized way. But the answer to that was project-based learning and play. They're like, oh yeah, you're right. We need more play. We're not letting the children play enough. We're over. But their play is like, let's put the kids on an app so they can do fish force and learn physics. And as they're doing this app, then they're providing us some computational power somewhere. But they don't. Most people, and I had a run-in with a woman who, she was, advancing this idea of play, and the story she lived in was that play could only be positive, that shifting to a play-based learning model. But play-based learning in ubiquitous computing with nanotechnology and stigmergy and not consent, and unpaid, unwaged labor of children is not okay. But as long as you live in the story that play is always good, it glosses over everything, and then the conversation stops. So anyway,
yeah.
I think.
Well, also too, who's going to criticize Sesame Street? It's kind of like,
I did.
Right. You're going after Big Bird now. What's the matter with you?
And again, that's setting an archetypal story, right? Like there are cultural icons. Our cognition is inseparable from our acculturation.
Right.
For the most part, now I became unhitched to that, are able to get enough outside of it that I can be like, there's something kind of fishy here. Jim Heckman with your gamifying, apps for poor families with pornography, and your military training, marksmanship simulators being linked to physics training for toddlers. There's something not right in this oak paneled room. But most people would just not say anything.
Yeah,
because then they would situate it and they would say, are these conservatives or progressives?
Right.
Are these capitalists or are they socialists? And then from that positionality, they'd figure out if they're good, bad. Mm-hmm. But they need that point of reference. And if you're not coming from that point of reference, they just can't even process it.
Yeah, it's, totally.
Like the barium head exploding planaria.
Fucking poor planarias.
All right. No, anyway, so this is, I think, important backdrop to know that Vannevar Bush was the person who sort of instantiated the idea that there should be a National Science Foundation, and that all of this ed tech gaming has this back end of militarization and brainwave management and frequency modulation framed within a social good, the social safety net, and public broadcasting. Mm-hmm. What are we broadcasting, folks, and why? So now this is sort of the backdrop that the NSF was funding Michael Matthias to develop these AI-assisted dramatic story programs. And I would just encourage people to think, as we're listening through these, we're kind of familiar with the idea of early advances in AI around gameplay, right? Like Big Blue and chess. Or Go, right? Or Jeopardy, winning at these, beating humans in these complex, I guess not so much Jeopardy, but the chess and the Go is that there's many steps in advance that have to be plotted for strategy. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important to understand that in a social game, those same chess strategies, you could call it a military strategy, a campaign strategy to achieve an objective, are running in the background. Mm-hmm. And as we live our life in digitally mediated environments, whether that's traditional social media or chat rooms or things, those are all social games where action or inaction have consequences. And for me, in retrospect, I can look back on someone popping up in an instant message, right? Or on a private message, or these things. I didn't think about it this way, but those were invitations to a game.
Well, do you want to maybe, mention kind of
the JP thing?
Exactly. Yeah. I think that might be
the JP thing. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Well, so I'm off of social media, but someone forwarded this to me. Okay. A screenshot of this person, JP Collins. Now, early on, JP Collins and his wife, Julie, early on in the lockdowns had reached out to me to talk to me about my take on ed tech, because they were actually based in the suburb of Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh was another LRNG city, and had a lot of thoughts about what I knew at the time about educational technology and impact investing and where it was going in game mechanics. So I talked to them. They incorporated material into a video. It was super popular. And, I contributed, they were doing this independent work. And so little bits of money here and there when they had fundraisers or what have you, but we didn't have a really close interaction. And then a couple years in, they became very, very prickly with me. Mostly, I think it was actually about a video that I had posted with music in Rittenhouse Square that I wanted to share, but the musicians had masks on, and that they found that very super triggering. So there was this very contentious back and forth in my comments, and then eventually just blocked them because it just was out of proportion of what it was. And then I had nothing to do with them. But later on, then when you and Lynn and Drew and I went to the Mormon Transhumanist Conference in Provo, we did a whole discussion, which was really dark.
Well, they didn't even understand what we were doing there, and they were, I think it was Julie had gone off and said some really nasty stuff about it. It was clear from the comment that she didn't even understand what it is we were doing. She's like, "Why are you Mormon transhumanism? What?"
Well,
It's like, well, if you
literally,
don't understand it, like,
she
then
described me as a Gucci mom, and she had all, and then I
right.
didn't include the other screenshots where this JP person is going on in really, really dark ways, and it's not useful for the purposes. But she essentially said that Lynn and I should be sleeping around on our spouses rather than going to the conference. Like very crass things. Like, and I was a Gucci mom and I should be going out and sleeping around rather than going to this conference, which is just bizarre, except if you understand that we don't even know what these things are. And I actually had done a response to their audio, and then they contested it. They did a copyright claim and whatever. I just let it go. But even I was having a discussion in response to how they had misunderstood and misrepresented us, but what have you. But it doesn't really make sense unless you understand that there could be systems precipitating misrepresent. Like maybe they were being fed information about us, about this conference, that was totally not us, and we didn't see it, and we had no idea. And in fact, later on, this person, JP, is framing things that I did that I certainly did not do. Now, I can't call him a liar. Maybe somebody representing me did bad things to them, and he presumed it was actually me, and it wasn't. Like, I don't know. In these digital worlds where you don't actually know people, you don't know what has happened. So here, This is recently, like within the past week, he's talking about putting up this doppelganger post, and it says, something like someone had made this about me. Oh yeah. So how did a post which includes a link on a critique of Naomi Klein's latest book, Doppelganger, turn into an attack against me, my wife, Julie, and somehow made it all about Alison McDowell? Now, I have no idea. I did not see anything other than this particular screenshot. I don't know the context. But as we listen to this media gaming simulation purpose and understanding that there's even games like the guy Ian Grigg, when he was in Vienna with the guy Grenzfurthner, who made the movie about acoustics. And there was a third person who was a professor of gaming. And they were talking about text-based gaming, where you have groups and you have these dynamics where you have to figure out who your friends are. And there's all this intrigue and psychodrama like built into the gaming application. It's just a text-based game. And he was like comparing it to Google. Like he's at a high level of gaming, social gaming. This stuff is out in the wild already, right? And we don't even know. And again, even as we do this is going to play into the problem, reaction, solution. Well, if it were all on blockchain, we'd know if it was truthful, right? Like we'd know if Alison really did dox Julie or do something, like, because it would be on the blockchain.
Cryptographic truth.
Right. Like, so that's, but what I would say to these people is, I will give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not intentionally misrepresenting, because there may be a system out there that is dropping digitally made content, deep fake content, that will guide and trigger their emotionality. And again, remember, cognition is embedded in emotion and culture, and create teaming, right? Because a lot of the targets against me was that I was creating a cult. Remember, that was Alison and her cult, which is ridiculous, because clearly I've pulled back on all this stuff, but they needed for me to have a team. Like they needed to make it that it was, you were in or out of my team, right? You had to pick a side, which I was never asking people to pick sides. Like I would have liked to be treated like a human being, but I didn't have a cult and I didn't have a team. But how this works is that you pick a team. And so you have an incendiary, polarizing post like this. And then it's, again, got this weird dynamic built in. And what I would say is I would ask for people who are participating knowingly or unknowingly in these highly emotionally charged online interactions, understand that this weird, dramatic arc AI storytelling machine is running in the background. So we'll toss off things like sentient world simulation and digital twin and simulation modeling. But until we actually start to see realistically how this may be playing out in the real world and understand the mindset and motivations of the people who built it 10 years ago with NSF money, we're going to keep falling into this all over ourselves. And then people unless this was totally calculated, I'm assuming this caused some emotional distress to these people. And I'm trying to, even for my own sake, understand, limit the distress by understanding, I think that this is something that's maybe not even human. that's running these programs towards a certain end that involve us as chess pieces, as pawns who are sacrificed to advance the game to the next level to get, the bishop or whatever, the rook, to the place that they need to get to. And we as agents with a digital wallet under ubiquitous surveillance are being moved in games that we don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah. With the social media, I just got to the point where like, this is just, I can't trust any of this stuff. And there's so many different things where it's just like so toxic. And you don't even know, like, where is this even coming from? Like, this person's like, how did this even come up in my, I don't know.
Barely make sense of it. And I'm saying this might help people make sense of it, right? Yeah. I mean, we know that they even have technologies to plant false memories. Like, I mean, I think later he said, like, I published her address online, which I didn't, but maybe somehow he got that memory that I did that thing, right? And so this is the world that we're walking into. And one of the things with Matthias, he literally talks about intending to play psychological games with people.
Yeah.
Like this is an extension of MK Ultra mind control experiments with game mechanics. It's not kind. This isn't a kind place. And we shouldn't be allowing children in these places. And we shouldn't be introducing trees and, cattle and into these places. It's not kind. It's literally not kind. It was never built to be kind.
Right.
This isn't a game that we can play and win and have human flourishing, despite the story that their AOC would like to spin out there. And go with Goldman Sachs in the background. It's not that.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't know the context of this particular situation here, but I would love to have a space where we could actually have real conversations, but I realize the social media sphere is not that.
No, it isn't that.
It's not productive.
And I did have sort of a PSA on my channel lately, and again, I will admit I get emotionally triggered. Like, we're all human. But I'm trying to make it less about people and more about how the system is working. And so I'm sharing this not to make them wrong, but to simply point out that they actually may be a victim of a system that they don't yet fully understand. And I'm not saying I fully understand the system too, but I think this may be an example of how people's emotions are being manipulated in advancement of these larger social goals of social gaming. And this is like by far like not the only thing. I mean, I've navigated a lot with, Joseph and Raul and other people in these online spaces, Paul, like that are problematic. They were games. I didn't understand them as games, but ultimately I believe that they were games.
The social gaming.
Yeah. So a friend of mine, Sean, I was working on a section of the map. Actually, maybe we could jump over to the map really quick. Mm-hmm. So this is a map that I was building out that was linking Michael Levin and Mary Oxman and the bioelectricity and the environmental templating. And part of it then, Mary Oxman had mentioned, collaborating with affiliations with Yosha Bach, who is actually connected to, Bach, the composer. And he's a high-level artificial intelligence guy and working on AI relating to emotion and motivation in agent-based simulation modeling. So he, with his mentor, developed something called micro PSI, which was a way of automating motivational constructs of emotion, because our cognition is embedded in emotion and our emotion is embedded in our social relationships. And so in this screen, in the center of it is something called non-traditional materials that compute. And we can see that right there. And this is related to work that I initially started last fall when I gave the presentation in Tucson about consciousness. And again, if you remember, there was a lot of, the context for that Tucson talk was consciousness studies and the idea of like these telescopes and optical and computing and the biosphere and off-planet life that was all sort of huddled around Tucson. And again, within the backdrop of pushing back against domination historically and the indigenous people of that area, including the Tohono O'odham, who, as Drew had mentioned and brought to our attention, the idea of the man in the labyrinth. And when we went out, and maybe we can slip this, an image of this in, because I didn't actually pull it, but it seems so appropriate. We went to a park that was named after Udall, who was LDS family that's very politically connected, both in environmentalism and in various kind of democratic politics. And so this recreational park in Tucson, just next to the parking lot at the entrance, was a sculpture that was a maze on the ground, this traditional maze that was incorporated into Tohono O'odham basket weaving. And in the center of the maze was an indigenous elder, a woman with a head cloth scarf, and just a very solid woman. And she was holding the basket that had the maze on it. So to me, that's the thing that I feel is guiding me, is this idea of wisdom, of acknowledging the labyrinth, and being able to see it clearly enough that you can pick it up and then have some agency within the labyrinth. And that maybe this idea that if we get to the center of the labyrinth, we'll have the clarity to walk back out in a different way and see the world in a different way. So within all of this context, it is about consciousness. And I'm realizing that human computation and social computing is a key piece. And the idea of tapping into our subconscious, collective unconscious, through story, through archetype, through drama, through art, the semiotics and symbols that rise above our traditional written language, the intentionality of creating spaces to have like interspecies mind melding through blockchain and nanotechnology. I think all of these things are bubbling up in the background of tapping into the amazing technology that is embodied intelligence in our bodies and in the other living beings on this planet that we share, in all of the interactivity, and that there is something out there, a system that views all of that as a potential resource to tap into for distributed computing, and that's going to happen in a response of heading towards Moore's law, of the next kind of computing that won't look like what we currently understand as technology. It will be biology as technology, and consciousness is a huge part of that. And again, if we can set aside good, bad, evil, not evil, whatever, and just understand what it is, and then we can understand our relationality to it, I think that's where I'm going. And so for me, this talk is not something totally new, but it is having a much clearer understanding of this journey that I've been on for a long time around personalized learning and gaming and digital gaming, and smart cities and interconnectivity and bets and risk and prediction modeling and identity and art and culture. It's all of these things that interest me, that I've talked about before, but I'm seeing them knit together more clearly by understanding that non-traditional computing has to do with linked biology and consciousness within culture, within story, and to be able to transmit that into this artificial version of what already exists, that's going to be happening through the biodigital convergence, the nanotechnology, the NEMS, nano electromechanical systems, and MEMS, microelectromechanical systems, and wearables and EEG monitoring in the name of, wellness and preventative, health issues. Like, that's where the health stuff goes, but that we will be agents, nodes of computation. And anyway, for me, it's like it's a chance to revisit all of these things that I knew, but to knit them together into a deeper story with this new information. And I wanted to share it with you, and also just to sort of embody a practice of revisiting the stories that we're inhabiting and then adjusting them as we get new information. Because I think being able to model that, sometimes we'll find something new that means that we have to shed old ways of knowing. And then sometimes we get new information that deepens our understanding. And I think for me, the stuff that we're going to talk about today about social gaming and civic gaming in ubiquitous spatial computing is important. And again, my friend Sean had introduced me when I was looking at this, working on this map. Again, we have Yosha Bach in the blue, that he's talking about intuition and emotion and pattern recognition and having that in shared consciousness. And if we can go down a little bit to the right, computational social science lab in the purple there, Jason. Yeah, exactly. And zoom in a little bit. So we have like Donatella and Dennis Meadows. If we can just click on Donatella and Dennis Meadows, this is important, blue. This is important context, because a lot of us are, within the resistance community, there's a lot of discussion about Malthusianism, about Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, and limits to growth is a centerpiece in this historically. And this is a book that came out of MIT and the Club of Rome. And it was that some of the lead authors on this were Donatella and Dennis Meadows, and they're a couple. But Dennis Meadows himself, he was, his focus was on serious gaming. And so within the confines, the limits to growth, I think, could be considered the game board for a cybernetic gameplay, a goal-oriented behaviors. And then Dennis Meadows' work was around social computation and gaming. And so all of this is happening in the backdrop of the 70s and the Cold War, maybe not the height of the Cold War, but the downward slope of the Cold War. And that's a story. That's a story we were living in. And we have to understand, as we're engaging with this material, that there are a range of stories. And I'm not necessarily here to say I have the right story and other people are in the wrong story. There's just different stories that we can choose to understand the information that we inhabit.
Well, I want to say something about that.
Gaming, about the Cold War as game theory and chaos theory, and coordinating us towards computational social programming.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as far as the story, and I've been trying to figure out the story my whole life, but whatever the right story or the wrong story is one question. The other thing that I've been perplexed at is, in order to figure out the story, is incorporating information, new information that you get into. Okay, this is a thing. This thing exists. Like everybody wants to have a simple story, and they're willing to like live inside like a little bubble. And they're not going to let anything permeate that bubble that challenges their story. And I've seen that, whether it's in the political spaces, you have people on the left or the right or whatever. And then even above that, like when I was talking to people about how the monetary system affects all the issues that they're concerned about, that they're so wrapped up in their story, whether it's through a political party or through a nonprofit NGO or whatever. And so my thing is, even if you don't necessarily know the whole story, or you may not be in the right story or wrong story, being willing to accept new information into your story, even if it challenges what you thought the story was. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think where this fits in, and we've been talking some with Brandy about like the role of Jung and archetype and myth, and I think looking at defense research, a lot of it is behavioral and psychological. A lot of what happened with Operation Paperclip, there were the hard sciences, the Werner von Braun and the rocket stuff, but then there was also the psychological sciences. And so I think being able to understand how the human mind builds reality and how we inhabit the reality that is constructed around us, and that we co-create the reality, it has to do with our archetype, the role that we imagine that we're playing. And I can kind of reflect on this at the moment, because I'm at this pivot point, right? For people who are not aware, like I'm looking at the ending of my 29-year marriage, sort of alienation from my family that doesn't understand me, leaving the job that I loved at my botanic garden. This is several years behind me, but I'm in this big transition. So I'm like, okay, what am I now? Right? If I'm the next door that I'm walking through, it doesn't mean I'm not at all a wife or a mother. Like, I guess I'll be an ex-wife, but I have to build a new identity. or at least revisit, like maybe revisit the identity that I had before I became the wife and the mother, and the dutiful civic person. Sorry if you can hear that. There's a trash truck outside.
It's quiet. It's fairly audible.
So I have to rebuild I'm in the process right now of figuring out where I am in the story of my life for the next, if I get 20 years or what have you, what that's going to look like. And not everyone has and I'm not saying I'm better, but like the way people's minds work, a lot of people, that's profoundly discomforting to have to inhabit a new role. And so I think within the permeability of consciousness, I have empathy for people who they understand in this context polarity. That's something we've talked about with Oliver Weiser and social polarization to advance the agenda. You pick a team, the team has these characteristics. You're comfortable, you build your community within the team that you inhabit around issues you care about, the geography that you're located in, how you construct your identity in that environmental context, and you inhabit that. And so if you've got a membrane around you that is built of all the things of how you identify as a being, most people have no idea that is an agent in the simulation. If something bumps in that destabilizes that, the membrane is going to push it out. Like there's a logic to it if you understand it as a cell, as a semi-permeable membrane. The things that reaffirm your identity will come in, and you're like, yeah, definitely with that. Like capitalism, that, or socialism, that, yes. And that you get more grounded. And because the more grounded you are in that, the more they can use the polarization. But if you have something that's like, have you thought about it like this? That's discomforting. And it's like the force field goes up. And so we're somehow, Jason, I think we're weirdos in the fact that we're like, let's turn this thing around. Like, are we comfortable enough in our identity outside of the structure that we can take the puzzle pieces and turn it upside down and flip it and start and even place hold it? Like, I don't know about that yet. But that's an interesting thing. And I don't know enough about it to know exactly where it goes, but I'm just going to put a pin in that for a while because maybe down the road I'll figure it out. And that's a certain kind of mind. And I'm not saying better or worse, but like we have a weird certain kind of mind that will do that placeholding. And I think in this weird gaming world, I don't know exactly where that fits in. I think actually we would be super useful as agents in this computation because we have this capacity. And whether or not by making these videos we're participating in the weird, stupid computation, maybe we are. But if we've set aside good, bad judgment, it is just what it is.
Well, what I find too is all these other stories, it's not that they're wrong per se. I mean, some of them are wrong, but a lot of them are, there's a great deal of truth within them. It's just that's like, to me, like thinking about the structure as in terms of layers, it's like within that layer, there's a lot of truth, or within this sphere, there's a lot of truth within their understanding of it, but there's other things on top of it, and on top of that, and underneath that, you know what I mean? It's like they can only reach out and like they're in a room and it's a dark room and they've got maybe a little candle and they're like, okay, I see,
Right.
This is what I see. I can't see what's, just beyond in the dark or whatever.
And it's based on your real experience.
Right.
It's based on your lived experience of what you don't know.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking this morning when I got up about like how I have so much more knowledge and, I know so much more now than I did like 10, 20 or 30 years ago. But the percentage of what I know compared to what I realize that there is to know is, it's a smaller percentage. In other words, when I knew less, I thought I had a greater overall. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Like my overall understanding of the world, I thought, like in terms of percentages, like maybe I thought I understood like 50% of what there is to know or something. You know what I mean? So does that make sense? Like my overall knowledge and understanding is greater, but it's in terms of in relation to what there is to know, it's actually less in terms of my understanding of it. I don't know if that makes sense at all.
Well, and for people who may like, maybe this is one of the first videos they're watching, can you say a little bit about your background? in terms of like the documentary film, because I think some of this is also knowing things and then revisiting them and saying like, oh, that was an incomplete story, or that was a story among other stories, and there's other truths, like that was probably a learning curve for you, because you touched on so many social issues, that you had this breadth, but then later realized that even in that breadth, there were missing pieces.
Well, that was what I was constantly. I've watched thousands and thousands of documentaries, social justice, environmental. I'm definitely an expert on the whole documentary.
You shared them publicly.
Like, and not only did I watched them I'd watched them more than one time, because I'd watch it in order to find content that I wanted to show, and then I would host a public screening. It would be small. We might have anywhere from like 5 to 50 people at a coffee shop or a cafe watching the film. And then the best part about it for me and a lot of people that came was the discussion. So we would watch this film, and then we'd have a discussion that would like we're having a discussion here that would last as long as the film or even more. So like, to me, it was like a springboard in order to have these community discussions, which was really great. But what I saw, I started to get more and more frustrated with the documentaries. The more I like knew and kind of understand like a lot of the dynamics of the problems, particularly like the root causes. And I realized like a lot these documentaries get funded and then they get promoted by different interests who have different particular motivations for pushing a particular story. Now, that doesn't mean that the story is not an important story. They may be talking about the problems that are very real and very serious around, oil, for example, oil extraction and all the environmental destruction that comes along with that, but they're actually steering you into this other thing that's also problematic. Yeah. And so, just
action solution.
Exactly. Yeah. So it would get to the thing where like, okay, they would talk about these issues, but then at the end, a lot of the documentaries would be like, okay, call your representative, do letter writing, and then they had a campaign that you were supposed to get involved with.
And
a lot of
so
times.
Interesting is like when I was doing my work into impact media, because again, this was coming out of the USC Annenberg and the Gates funded, is that the use of media to advance political change was an impact market. And so they actually were building in like, how many signatures did you get? How many online viewing did you get? How much social media interaction did you get? And then that in and of itself became a betting market. And so it wasn't just that you might understand it. I mean, and I'm not saying those documentaries were viewed specifically as propaganda per se, but they were to guide, and this was acknowledged in one of these Harvard professors who was now doing venture capital funding of certain documentaries. They said, we're very strategic in what we fund. We fund things to change legislation. And I'm sure they imagine that they're funding good things to change that in good ways. But a lot like this was an example was around early childhood education, which we knew was also a human capital market. Like they were creating markets upon markets of betting. And now I'm realizing that the betting is actually cybernetic steering towards computation, not just about money. There's like another whole layer. But yeah, they were setting up the infrastructure to get the signal. Like Jason, like that's the signaling.
Yeah.
Was participation. And we didn't have the language for that when we started 3 years ago to understand that as a steerable signal.
Well, and that's why I was more, it was easier for me to like fall into this work and this understanding, because in this process of showing these documentaries and hosting these events, I became more and more critical of the nonprofit industrial complex as even that phrasing, even that's being framed in a certain way. But the problems with nonprofits. I would
say too, just like in terms of the setting aside judgment, because most people who are involved in those spaces are in it for the right reasons. Part of the reason I can see these things, and later on we're going to talk about the Knight Foundation, was that the garden that I worked at, we were a case study for that foundation. Now I was just a part-time person behind the scene. I worked there for many, many years, but I was never in the main meetings. I was never taken to, the offsite visits with these funders, but I knew of the existence of that. And so I knew all of my colleagues are in it for the right reasons. Like we want to create a wonderful, welcoming, diverse public space and address environmental issues and but behind that was this guiding force that I had some brief glimpse into, right? The serious gaming, the civic gaming. So when we talk about the nonprofit industrial complex, like there isn't an easy answer of how you extract yourself from it. And I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to paint participants in the system with some broad brushstrokes of bad people or misinformed people. It's just, this is the social system that we inhabit. But like the woman in the labyrinth, can we see it enough around the edges to pick it up and hold it, right? That's what I'm asking people. And for the most part, that is destabilizing enough to your identity that most people can't find the edge. And it doesn't make them stupid or wrong or bad, but there are some of us that are meant to find the edge, I think, and that's why we're here.
Well, my thing, it's not even that on the opposite. Actually, I find that the majority of the people that are in these spaces are actually very good, and they really do care, and they want to make the right, and they're very well informed often about certain aspects of the problem or like where that problem has actually manifests itself. But I will say that there's a great deal of ignorance about what the sources of the problem, like the root causes are. So, it's a complicated thing. I met this one.
We understand them, because I would say, like, going back to what you said is like, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know.
Yeah. And then, I may have a different.
And I keep trying to sort of say, like, based on the information I have now, this is what it feels like. This is what it seems like. But the thing that I will say is I have learned that the more I go into this, that there's probably many more layers that I've not yet encountered. So I can only go on the information I have at my disposal at this point.
Right.
But I would say
But I also don't expect these other layers to reverse my understanding of these layers. Like it seems to it becomes more and more complex, but it's pretty rare when it does happen occasionally where you have to, like, you have some understanding and then you have to go back to the bottom and then you have to rebuild back up again, which is, I think that's one of the problems that we have. It's just like a lot of these things, a lot of this new information kind of forces you, if you're honest, to rethink some of the fundamental understandings you have about democracy, economics, and history even.
It's hard.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, of course, there's a lot of other layers to this.
Well, a lot of people, I will just say, don't have the well, I think people have time, and everybody has choices on how they use their time and what information and media they consume with the time that they have. But I think especially my framing around impact finance is that particularly vulnerable communities and people who are living at the margins simply are confronted with so many issues around just surviving on a day-to-day basis that they don't actually have the bandwidth or the comfortable time to reflect at a meta level on where they are in the structure. And it's challenging because, and I'm still navigating what this looks like for me in this next phase of my life outside of the family as I understood it. But I had the stability. I guess it was a mixed blessing. If I didn't have that time to look and to pull the thread and to make the maps and to understand, like, I might still have my family. But to me, as someone who identified at the time as a progressive or someone who believed, in addressing these structural problems, I felt that if you have the stability to do it, then you actually have the responsibility to do it. And at the time, I felt that the people around me would appreciate me living in alignment with my value system and doing that, even if it felt uncomfortable. And what I realized later is that they couldn't, or they couldn't at this point. Maybe they eventually will get to the point that they can acknowledge what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I know that not everyone has the capacity, like, because of their life circumstances, to get there. And we're not judging that, but we're saying some of us are in this oddball situation to have the longer view. So yeah, so I've revisited this image a couple times for people who are listening and not seeing the screen. It's the little pixelated phrase from War Games, right? That's the film, the Matthew Broderick film. Shall we play a game? Question mark. And Jason, can you give like just a short overview about what War Games was as a film? I know you're the film.
It's been a long time since I've seen it, actually, but basically this kid hacks into high school kid, and he hacks into like the Department of Defense, I think, into their computers, and he thinks he's playing a game at home. He's at home and he thinks he's playing a game. He's talking
like
to
a high school kid, like
yeah,
sort of like smart or like,
Yeah, so he's playing he thinks it's a military game that he's playing, but it's actually like it's part of a simulation, but somehow it gets switched over to like the computer doesn't the computer thinks it's a real thing. So it's sort
of like AGI, right?
Yeah.
Like the scientist who developed this agent-based model, like artificial intelligence, has died, but the software that he developed continued to evolve, and it sort of imagines it's his child.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the system, but then Broderick taps into it and starts a conversation about gaming.
Right. Yeah. So and it ends up like he ends up at the NORAD or whatever.
He starts to like activate they're like, oh, how about we play global thermonuclear war? But it's interesting because the choices of the other games include poker. And a lot of some of the blog stuff that I've been writing about Susquehanna International Group and Jeffrey Yass and the role of poker and the Monte Carlo method and unknown variables has a lot to do with poker. But they didn't decide to play poker. They decided to play global thermonuclear war. And then it escalates to, oh, it's not actually an online video game. It's reality.
Well, the relationship between the simulation and reality is interesting, too, because we see that over and over and over again. They're like they're doing simulations in order to predict and do the reality. But even like a lot of the big events, there's always a simulation that goes along. So it's like the line between simulation and reality often gets blurred in life, in this digital life, quite a bit,
and it's going to be even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Big time, and you won't even see it. Like White Noise, where he was like in that Netflix series, is like, is this a simulation? And then they're like, well, it was a simulation, but now it's
bad. Like the emergency responder.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, well, it was a simulation, but now it's real. So that was what happens in this, but he's interacting with an AI. I mean, this is 1983, I think, is when the movie came out. And, it's an AI system that's actually managing the nuclear response system. And so the story goes, and I should revisit it. You kind of just... I didn't really have a chance to revisit this since we set this up.
Minute.
but I remember years ago hearing a story about Ronald Reagan being shown that film at the White House, and that after seeing,
they always like have these stories.
Yeah, exactly. So supposedly after seeing that film, he realized we have to secure our, we need more in terms of security. So they had the whole Star Wars program in the 80s that supposedly was a boondoggle, and it was like all this money wasted. Nobody just said it was a bad program because it didn't do what it was supposed to do, and it was a waste of money. And I think that it was actually like it did what it was supposed to do, and it didn't do what it wasn't necessarily what people were told it was for. Who knows? But there were clearly technologies that were developed within that. But it was, the story goes that it was the movie War Games that like inspired Ronald Reagan to back this thing.
He was an actor.
Yeah, exactly. him and Zelensky now. It's just like it's Schwarzenegger. Yeah. I mean, it's comical, really.
Yeah, it is comical.
But yeah,
well, I just want to point out. So in this, because I think so much of what we're navigating now is revisiting story and being willing to understand there's nested stories within stories. And perhaps we can slip in at some point here. There's a clip with Michael Levin that talks about nested problem solving spaces, and that there's actually just what you were talking about before, levels of story and levels of issues, and people knowing in their level and addressing like issues of housing instability or issues of geopolitical politics. There are levels of story, and they're nested, and they may not all know about each other. Like maybe some of the higher levels understand the lower levels, but the lower levels don't understand the higher levels. And I feel like our understanding is several levels above even where maybe the resistance understanding of it is. Like we're at this higher level. I don't think there's still levels above us, but this nested problem solving and this synchrony, this spiral of problem solving from, as he would sort of describe it, at the cellular level all the way up to the social level. And I think he even talks about like language and linguistics and story as a problem solving solution.
Right.
That's a really important understanding. And again, it doesn't make people who are operating lower down in the simulation wrong, or that their concerns or their stories are illegitimate. It just simply means that it's a unit in a complex dynamic that is not operating independently. It's integrated into something much larger that we can't fully grasp.
Yeah. When I do want to explore more this whole, I might even order some of the books. Who was the guy that Jeremy Pitt refers to that wrote about the Athenian?
Josiah Ober.
Ober, yeah. He's got several books out, and I actually think I'm going to order them, or at least a couple of, one or two of them, about that Athenian state, because I'm really interested in that idea of democracy and then knowledge management, because to my understanding of democracy was you have a well-informed public. You want the people like to have a really good understanding of all the problems that they're supposedly voting on. But the idea of knowledge management kind of flies in the face of people's understanding of democracy and like an informed public. Whereas like, it's a need to know sort of thing of like, oh, these people are the experts and they make the decision. So these people not only, shouldn't have the information, but maybe should have different information.
But it's interesting if you think about it in the context of what Levin is saying, right? Like you've got embryology, you have cells and they're dividing, and they have, through electrical imprinting or genetic, like this interplay, they know what they're supposed to do. Like they're supposed to become a leg, or they're supposed to become an eye, or there's a system, not just genetic, but the electrical modulation that forms the correct pattern of that being, right? And then they can manipulate that and embed secret patterns and things like that. So what Ober was, I think what Pitts was talking about at one point was knowledge management was delivering the right information to the right people at the right time. So it wasn't Wild West, everybody gets to choose from all the information. It was a curated set of information delivered at the proper timing to the proper people. And think about that as within Levin and embryology, right? So Ober and Pitts are imagining this as people in a society. Levin is imagining it as cell division. But the other piece that Levin talks about is his hypothesis is that cancer is essentially a cell that self-identifies outside the body. So the cancer it separates itself from the collective and operates on its own agency, which can become a problem. It's no longer part of the collective intelligence of the body acting in unison and the homeostasis. It's doing its own program. And then they're like, nope, we can't have that, because then you make a tumor, you make things that are a problem. And Levin understands that as a problem of electrical disconnect. And so think about that at a social level. If you've got a collective and you're managing it energetically through a template, a Web3, and most people are within the program, they're either living in this story or that story, and their identity is embedded in a collective story and culture and a narrative. And then you've got people like us going, oh, wait a minute, like we don't want those stories. We think there might be a different story that has parts of this story and parts of that story, and there's backstories, and we're thinking about it in a different way. And then that electrical signature is very different. And I think that would be imagined as a cancer.
Yeah.
To the system, if the goal, quote unquote, the energetic goal of the system is to become evolve into a networked superorganism that's based on logic circuits and programming, and that's linking into our biology and our psyche. And we're like, wait a minute, actually, this is what it looks like to us. Are we doing this? then we will be identified as a cancer, and in the machine learning and reinforcement network, we will be pruned from the system. And that's part of the game. That's part of what I'm saying, these social games, these serious civic games. The civics of this will be to create the superorganism.
Yeah.
And the people who don't want to do the superorganism will, I think, be excised in some way, whether we're addressed with chemotherapy or a surgical removal or something. Like we will be addressed in a certain way that seems that's suitable to the internal logic of the system. I don't know. Does that resonate?
Yeah, for sure. Or just maybe there's some sort of space that will be allowed to like somehow function in some sort of rudimentary sense.
Actually, I can imagine Michael Levin will do like a Jason on a chip. Like they'll like pick some cells and they'll mesh us maybe with like in a robotic consciousness, and we'll play Pong. You know, like we'll be like in a petri dish. We'll be over here playing some sort of special game. Like, cause they're like, we're interested in that. That's interesting, but it doesn't belong to the collective. We've got to separate it out over here.
Yeah, you guys, we'll give you a little sandbox over here to do whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's further complicated too. The language it's because it's not really a collective. Even what they're promoting isn't genuinely collective, because a collective for me implies that, you know, the individual human beings or whatever within it actually have some sort of agency themselves, not agency as an agents of something else, but of themselves or of their own, you know, making. And this whole thing is all about prediction modeling and guiding and steering and withholding information and sharing information and, you know, putting things together and taking them apart. It's not, so the whole thing about even the language about saying like the collective, it's like what it is. It's like, there's this body that's being manipulated that we're supposed to be, you know, play our little role in within, you know, parameters, of course.
But see, the thing is, like, I think there is, and I think this is where it gets to the conversation about authoritarianism versus distributed decentralization, like that dichotomy, because I think many of the resistance people are stuck in the authoritarian totalitarian mode, which was the catalyst for sure. But I don't think the long game is that we join a team that is self-identified. We inhabit a socially co-constructed context that actually promotes quote unquote self-actualization.
Right.
Like
but it's
all
still
the stuff with Maslow. No, but just let me finish. Okay. Like, you can be the best equivalent of a liver cell you can be, and we will optimize you to be that. Like once you identify, and there's a reinforcement, but like you can't decide once you're halfway down the road that you actually want to be a kidney cell. Like you have to be the liver cell, but we will self-actualize you, and we will do everything within our ability of your psyche to make you want to inhabit that role. Right. And there's not that many people who walk down a road and then stop and like walk back and go, no, that wasn't it. Like for the most part, people that you get set on a path and you just walk it and you find a way to justify. I think we're weird that way, that we walk a path and we're like, oh, that doesn't feel right. And then we want to backtrack. So most people, I think, will be placed in a game that they're relatively comfortable in, that they feel like they're self-actualized. They're surrounded by an environment of a social environment and another environment that works for them, because you're optimizing the agent for the overall health of the superorganism, because you need all kinds. Like you can be your best conservative like self, that you have your spiritual practice and your classical education schools and everything, as long as you exist in the game. You can do that. You can be your best, progressive, rainbow, anarchist self over here, because the system for a computation needs all of the units to draw on to make it function. But you need to stay in the bubble. And if you step out of the bubble and you start to see like, oh, there's actually legitimate aspects of all these other agents that are part of it, and acknowledging that as opposed to being in polarization relationships to that, then that starts to be a problem for the system, I think.
Yeah. Well, I agree. It's not this whole thing of the authoritarian. The government's going to come in and they're going to use this to tell you specifically what to do every day. I do agree that it's going to be this dynamic, complex system with that allows for lots of different archetypes and different roles. But the roles and archetypes are kind of predetermined. You have to kind of fit within, a semi-permeable whatever, box. My point is,
Degrees of freedom.
yeah, but even like the discussion about centralization versus decentralization, because I see it as I still see it as central. The system itself is a thing in and of itself that you cannot like go against. You can't go against the the layer one, the root layer. That is the centralized piece of it, and then there's all this other decentralized stuff on top of it, and so
Exactly.
the question is, I go back to like, well, what kind of life, what do I care about? What kind of life do I want to live? I like technology. I enjoy using video, and I think there's a lot of cool, fun stuff. It's great that we could have this conversation over this, video call. Those are really neat things. But at the same time, like I care about a lot of other things that are excluded and left out of that. And they say, well, the march forward towards this, the AI is inevitable. These things, this new system is inevitable. There's a lot about it, a great deal actually, that I am at my core, like fundamentally opposed to. And you're not like, what I want in life is to, ultimately is I want to have community. I'd like to have some health and some, nature. Like that's something that really I love, being in nature. And I see that going away over, decades or whatever, despite all their language about, protecting the environment or whatever. I see where this is going. But so like my thing is, I don't, the choice that I actually, if I really were an agent that had a choice in this, my choice isn't on the table. The things,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying in terms of, yes, you have a lot of freedom under the dome, whatever, the digital dome.
Under the dome. Yeah. I mean, that's why, again, if people are new to our work, Stephen Newcomb's book, Famous Pagans in the Promised Land, like super important book and very readable, not too long, but talking about the domination principle. And for me, when we were looking at the videos with Neri Oxman, like her idea of an environmental template and using a quote unquote robot to guide the silkworms in building up their pavilion, right? And the environmental robot was guiding the silkworms, who do not normally act like you social collective bodies, into a collaboration, but on the template. Like the template was given, and now how they operated within the template, there was a certain amount of free will given that resulted in the covering of the silk weaving on the pavilion being more or less thick, or the texture changing, or what have you. There was some variation there. And it wasn't that every single move of the silkworm was planned, but it was guided. It was a guided evolution against a template. And I think that that's what the Web3 logic layer is the template, is the game, the fundamental structure of the game mechanics. That is the protocol layer, is that. I do believe that the universe already has its own intelligence, that probably there is a guiding force within like collective intelligence within the universe, that this is being inserted in a way of Western thinking, enlightenment logic, that's blended in Eastern mysticism and yin yang, Kundalini energy medicine. Like there is this East-West divide into this consensus layer, and it is a game. So I don't know. Can I say just one more thing about the "Shall we play a game" piece?
Yeah.
So we had a conversation with Leo about a lot of this, and there was an image with von Neumann and is it Richard Feynman, the nanotech guy, and Stanislav Ulam. And so and it was at Los Alamos during the Manhattan Project. And I think it's really crucial to understand the Manhattan Project and the World War II and the Cold War and the post-Cold War narrative arc, that there's a story that was given. That's not to say there was no truth in that story, but it wasn't the whole story. And I think the story was that we were going to be destroyed by big weapons, nuclear missiles, and we were going to blow each other up and end the world. And that's a story that's been brought back out in sort of the new Cold War narrative. But behind the scenes, there was the Pugwash conferences. There were high-level scientists who were already doing collaborative work in Russia and the Soviet Union, in the West, and at the highest levels, the scientists were already collaborating, and that this Manhattan Project morphed into the Human Genome Project. And so I think if we understood that a perhaps even more significant story that we were going to end the world with nuclear missiles was that gaming environment, and it was a gaming environment, enabled resources to be poured into certain scientific developments, both in the United States and behind the so-called Iron Curtain that had to do with parapsychology and the study of the mind, and the colonization of the ionosphere with satellite systems that would run the Web3 system that would be to come, and that was a weapon system. It wasn't, they framed it as protection from the real weapon, which were the missiles, but I think that actually was the weapon systems, was the satellite surveillance, and that it would work in tandem with the nanotechnology part, which was Feynman in the middle. That at a nano level, our resonance, our internal oscillation of our biological function as quantum computing mechanisms that would be transformed into limited agents, coordinated agents, that oscillation would be happening at the nano level. And that there is an aspect of radiation, I believe that is part of that. And that's something that we've talked about with Leo before in the atomic ecologies, the Odom brothers, the energy exchange language, the emergy, the radioisotopes, the smart devices and eventually wearables as the trackable ability of tracking agents in the game for coordination for this social computation. And then Ulam being the risk modeling in nonlinear systems and emergent behavior and the Monte Carlo method. So you've got the von Neumann, the computing and the cellular automata, which means that the cells change depending on their environment, their social context. So that's the social computing. And again, looking into resilient computing, which is non-traditional materials, which is our biology, the nanotech frequency oscillation, and then the risk prediction modeling. And then all of that is backgrounded in game theory, chaos theory, and eventually quantum. And that truly, do you want to play a game? I believe that the war game wasn't global thermonuclear missiles. The war game was consciousness. The war game was the use of invisible technologies to access our innate intuitive creative selves in a collective way for collective non-traditional computing towards puzzle or problem solving that is happening now in the name of saving the earth, in the name of sustainability, in the name of addressing global health challenges. And markets are baked into that. That's econophysics and biophysics and game mechanics. And that if we understood this picture in that way, like this archetypal picture, we would have a very different understanding of war games. That war game, the movie, was to reinforce a story that was not the full story. Like the Reagan and the SDI, not the full story. It was a planted story to guide our consciousness in a certain direction and away from other things. And those other things, if we understood them more completely, would maybe lead us to make different choices. But that's knowledge management. That's Jeremy Pitts. That's Josiah Ober. You need the right message to the right people at the right time to guide the narrative arc. And that's what these weird dramatic immersive video gaming programs are about. It's a game. And Web3 is innately part of that.
So, yeah, right. Where do you want to, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I agree.
I know. I mean, does that make sense? Like, do you see, like, I don't think we understood the Cold War. Like, yeah. I think we were, and I don't think, and again, it's coming back around again. They bring it out again when it's convenient to mobilize people's consciousness in a certain direction, to polarize people.
Well, not just the Cold War, but any war. I mean, because supposedly World War II was the good war, the one we had to fight. But once I started to like research that and realize that, like, even World War One and World War Two, those things were contrived from the very beginning. Like if somebody really wanted to understand, like, to stop all this horror, and it was a great deal of horror, both World War One and World War Two. But you're going to just ignore like that there were these other institutions that were funding both sides, that were profiting off of, it's just like your whole idea of like the story just goes out the window. Now there's things probably
Right.
above that we don't really understand, but like the idea that war,
World War II is cybernetics.
yeah. Well, I mean,
If this
all
was
all
about
this technology,
radiation and consciousness, cybernetics was the goal setting, and the goal is the computing program.
yeah.
The goal is whatever you program the resolution to be. You want a resolution to X puzzle, to X problem.
Well, war is
That's the goal of
steering.
the computer.
War itself is steering, because what you do is there's all these different mechanisms, and debt, money and debt being historically being a major one. So what it did is the war put all these nations into debt. And it put all the people into a state of disarray where they couldn't actually like consciously think for themselves or have any agency.
But they
And
inhabit
so,
a certain archetype. Like
right,
think about the use of media, print media, and film media in World War II or in the Cold War, that like us as Americans were reinforced with certain identities to have in that unfolding collective drama.
right,
It's a trauma. It's
right,
a collective trauma, and then you're given a role to inhabit as the good citizen.
right,
And what does a good citizen do? They do X, Y, Z things.
right. Yeah. So the function, the source and the function of war, I realized wasn't necessarily what I thought it was or what I was told it was. In terms of, the guys over here did this and we needed to react to it, blah, 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 whatever. You realize that it's a much more complicated than that. And it's not actually what it was about.
Can we
So,
go back to the map for a second? So this computational social science lab in purple, Steffers brought this to my attention. I think it's super important. And is if you're not aware, like my current, and again, I feel like I'm an agent in this weird choice architecture. It's like, okay, we're going to perturb Allison's life existence, right? We're going to alienate her from her family, and her dad's going to die, and her job, and then she has to make choices. And then what are the choices? And so it's weird to sort of see this and then be like, oh, okay, like, and not that I'm trying to have such an ego that it's all about me, but looking at through my personal lens. So there's perturbation. So at this point, I'm trying to, like, I'm imagining that I'm going to relocate to a place that I can live a very simple life connected to nature. But for a while, I was like, well, maybe I'll try to stay in Philadelphia and get a job, and maybe I'll even get the job at Penn, because I thought that might give me the stability that I needed. But then I revisited, and I'm like, no. But even in that, I recently had a job interview, mostly because I was curious if I got accepted to get an in-person interview, to ask the people in this environmental humanities program if what they were going to be doing is selling carbon credits, like if that's how they understood, like what was part of the game were they in? Were they in an indigenous right relationship informed version of environmental, or were they there for financial markets and signals engineering for Web3? And it turns out clearly they were in the other part. Like, they wanted an ecotopia, but I'm sure it was a blockchain driven ecotopia. But within this, and so I went and I pulled the plug. Any outstanding applications on again, it's a platform, so there's this energetic connection. I just withdrew any outstanding job applications I had on the Penn Workday platform. So that's over. So anyway, moving on. But it was a useful encounter. It was a useful episode in the game to be in that space. And then so Steffers, after this, like the next week, forwarded me a link to this computational social science lab at Penn, which was launched in the middle of the lockdowns. And it was a collaboration of Penn Engineering. And I remember Penn Engineering was the initial home of ENIAC, this first general purpose computer. Wharton, which is the game mechanics of business, Kevin Werbach, be the game designer and make the rules. And Annenberg, which is named after Walter Annenberg, of publications, Reader's Digest, the Daily Racing Form. He funded 2 schools at USC and at Penn. And it was a collaboration of all of those on computational social science. And what I've come to realize this past week in spending time looking at Can we slide a little bit over towards the right, towards Beehive? Um, yeah, that way. DigiPen, the gray dot. Yeah, this guy Stephen Brock Schaefer, blue, next, just to the right of the DigiPen Institute.
Okay.
Like a little bit over, a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so Stephen Brock Schaefer is another one that Steffers alerted me to, and he's talking about psychoecology and gaming for collective healing. But within the context of this immersive gaming, which we are now doing with, brain computer interfaces, right? And I'm going to talk a little bit later about peer-to-peer computing. I believe that this is the non-traditional computing system, social computing system, but it's embedded in military technology, which is, this Janet Murray and Elaine Rayborn. So the social computational psychology, that is the game. That is what we're dealing with. That's too small, Jason. Can we take that away? It's too small to read. That's not super. But this idea of the energy of the nervous system, which again is going to be tracked with wearables in the name of mental health, in the name of wellness. But those are all military technologies, and they're being used for behavior modeling. But I would say now, the me 2 years ago would have said, oh, they're doing behavior modeling for impact markets. They're doing behavior modeling so that they can gamify it and short you or direct you to steer society. But now I realize, okay, this is actually about social gaming, where our life becomes the game. Like we're in fact, maybe that's part of the game of war games, is the simulation becomes real. The real becomes simulated. There's this interface of what is true and what is not true. And that has to do with our psyche and how we understand the story that we're living in. So the militarization of Jungian psychology and story and narrative, I think, is a real thing. And for me, this goes all the way back to my initial entry point into this was they're using data from educational technology platforms to close schools and harm children and communities. Okay, well, my initial construction was they're using this technology to surveil children. And I'm like, oh, wow, this technology is gamified. This technology has archetypes. That's what these behavior management systems are. That's what Google's Classcraft is. They're using the technology to tap into children as agents in a collective computation. And this is computational sociology. And this lives in my community. Like this lives at Penn. This lives at this place where I mistakenly thought I might try to fit in and navigate and find this next phase of my life. And to me, it's clear now, and I'm grateful for Steffers and for Sean and for others who said, hey, let's go back and relook at ed tech gaming. Let's go back and look like personalized learning. Let's look at it in the context of peer-to-peer computing. Let's look at it in the context of AI therapists. Let's look at it in the games of immersive drama. And, Deepti has been sharing a lot about the pushback of Hollywood and the automation of and labor rights around immersive story. Well, they've known that the immersive story is going to be automated for at least 10 or 15 years based on that Congress movie. They've known that. But where is Hollywood? Where is the industry of Hollywood in acknowledging the trajectory that what Hollywood is to create an immersive reality in real time? That's the trajectory of their industry unless they name it and say no. And they're not naming it and saying no, they're simply structuring it within a traditional labor contract model, which doesn't get at the heart of what is actually happening. That Hollywood is extended reality, where they're going to mess with you psychologically in real time to extract from your imagination and your heart place some sort of information that is useful to its problem solving purpose.
What's interesting, all these stories that come out, like the Congress, that movie was really interesting, but they go into this metaverse type space where it's like these crazy wacky cartoon characters. It's like psychedelics, like a really bizarre psychedelic experience. And it's like you see that and you're like, oh, I wouldn't want to live in that. But a spoiler here, but throughout the movie, she's like, her family and people that she loved end up being in that space. But they always portray the real world, what people like to call the meat space, where they're with real people, the physical world whether it's Rainbow's End or the Congress, is always depicted as this rundown, dilapidated, disgusting,
Right.
horrible place. But it would just be interesting if someone were to make a narrative where the real, the people's belief in the real world was that it was this rundown place, but it was actually, nature, and it's really a beautiful place. Like, flip that on its end would be interesting, because I did notice that. Like, I mean, even when we visited that dilapidated building in, was that in Austin? Where was that?
Yeah, that was outside next to the
Battelle.
The defense.
It was Battelle, but it was
BAE, maybe?
BAE. Sorry, it was BAE. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, aero defense. Yeah.
Yeah, but you were telling the story about the Rainbow's End, but the real world looked like this horrible thing. Well, like, what if in the future the real world's going to be
amazing.
The real world's beautiful, and everybody's living in this like artificial, fake thing, and like, I don't know. I just was thinking about that, but that movie, The Congress, is definitely worth watching if you haven't seen it. It's pretty wild.
And Sean told me about that, and I want to just mention here, because he was also doing research into Janet Murray, who was at Georgia Tech, and again, just a reminder. So she's talking about immersive cyber narratives, and she's framed as like an English literature professor, but Georgia Tech is a center of Ian Akilda's of the Internet of Bio-Nano Things is there, and immersive media and broadband, high level broadband. And Georgia Tech is a very, very militarized university, like right up there with UC Boulder. And she had written books about the holodeck as new ways of communication, like new forms of drama in the holodeck, which is based on a Star Trek framing. And again, Alexander Singer, who was a producer of Star Trek, was involved in the early development of extended reality and Internet of Things sensor and the interface of simulation technology and defense in Hollywood. So within the construct of the holodeck, and looking at Stephen Brock Schaefer, his imagining of this space of collective healing, that this is like a hologram, that we would enter into a holographic space that is almost like a lucid dream state, and enact behaviors that would somehow, energetically heal the collective. Now, I will say, if you look at Schaefer's work, he is decidedly has a certain very strongly leaning political ideology. To me, it doesn't matter exactly which one it is, but the narrative that he's advancing, to me, clearly shows he doesn't understand the nuance of what we're actually in. So the idea of entering into a biofeedback of ethical media. And again, think about that, Jason, within the context of Josiah Ober and Pitt and the right information at the right time, that you have a biofeedback of digital to right think you, based on the gaming, the immersive gaming. But I think, and this gets back to a little video I did yesterday about consciousness and the human aspect of creativity, is that Levin talks about there being all these intelligences, right? Bacterial and biofilm intelligence, forest intelligence, these different levels. I think he would imagine machines having a certain kind of intelligence. And I think that the holodeck concept is a place that they imagine that all of these intelligence will come and in a unified language participate in the program problem solving behavior. Like, if you imagine that, just like Facebook has rooms, I guess, or these online rooms, what are those, chat rooms or whatever, like, and you don't know if the agents in those rooms are even people. They could just be algorithmically trained bots, right? So we're already in these kind of weird spaces. But if we can scroll a little bit back towards the collective social computing space, the government lab, the computational social science, and up a little bit higher, computational social science higher up on the page, like move it up, the other direction, Okay, so this idea of the computational social science lab, and knowing that it's embedded at Wharton, right? Knowing that this is connected to Wereback and blockchain and social physics. If we could, what I'm thinking is, and I mentioned this in the previous discussion with Leo, I had this sort of boom, and I don't know if it's correct, but Cello, which is one of these tokens, is Esperanto. They describe it that it actually is based on an Esperanto word for goal or behavior. And for a long time, there has been this quest for a universal language, that's likely a computational language. And I think the idea of consciousness and story and semiotics, that a token, a blockchain token, can have nested meanings embedded in the token. You could have a superficial level that this token represents a certain exchange level of carbon trading and a certain value. But then you could have a deeper level of meaning that it came from this permaculture farm, could have a deeper level of meaning this permaculture farm was on indigenous land that had this level of, collective trauma. Like there could be these deeper meanings, and that within the space of this immersive reality digital holodeck, you could imagine having intelligences through a token exchange, which is embodied symbols, trading tokens as a language, where maybe this weird thing of John Lilly talking to the dolphins, like I'm just, again, maybe this is a leap, but you could conceptualize some sort of computing problem solving space where we're supposed to talk with, an olive grove in Israel and the whales in Dominican, like I think Neri Oxman is talking about, and weeping willows in Montana, through tokenomics to solve some sort of collective problem in the commons, that the holodeck reality, a gamified reality with a tokenized language, becomes a commons for peer-to-peer problem solving, where a peer might be a machine or a DAO. A peer might be, a little kid in a third grade classroom, in haptics. A peer might be, a Department of Energy lab employee. Like we all may be, it may be a bot. And then all of these are supposed to be interacting. And in that, the diversity, equity, inclusion, like diversity is actually important because you want diverse problem solvers. And so I think that the serious gaming component that Dennis Meadows was working in is this immersive holodeck. And again, we can debate if that's
This is my dad.
Good, bad, evil, not evil, that sort of thing. But I think this may be what it is. And before we can actually have informed consent for participation, and again, our natural objects that are being given digital wallets, would they have informed consent to accept a digital wallet and enter into a holodeck problem solving space? Like we can question that. These are all things that we actually have to question before we advance. And it's moving so quickly in the advancements, and including these hybrid intelligence that Levin is talking about building, like the Xenobot stuff. We haven't had these discussions yet.
Yeah. Well, actually, from what you were just saying, I was trying to find the clip this morning. this just came out this morning. We won't watch it, but I just want to, this is, Dennis.
Oh, wow.
Dennis Nazarov. This just came out. I was listening to this morning. I don't know if he's related to Sergey Nazarov, but he has a company called, I think it's called Mirror. Founder of Mirror.xyz, on-chain storytelling. And he was talking about NFTs, and he was saying like the first NFT iteration was really about trading the NFTs, and it was really about the commerce of it. But really the second part of it was going to be about collecting. So, people issue NFTs based on like what their interests are. And they've got these NFTs, and then they're trading them like, oh, this person has a whole lot of NFTs, and then they can become like like an influencer or whatever, and get a bigger following based on their NFTs. So, but that whole thing, like the NFTs are these tokens, but they can represent anything that you want and so that whole thing, you should listen to this, because I think it ties in with what you were just talking about. So I'll send you the link.
NFTs can be exchanged, right? But a soul-bound token cannot. Right? Or these proof of participations.
Yeah.
So your digital twin is part of the soulbound. So when they're selecting the team for the holodeck immersive gaming space, your soulbound tokens are going to identify you. And I think that relates a little bit, and we haven't, it's probably not worthwhile to go into a deep dive about this, but Jason, I know you brought to my attention the whole Naomi Klein and the doppelganger discussion, and how that is that's a limited hangout in terms of talking about digital twins in a certain way. that's going to totally obscure all the stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and with her, I don't think she's doing it consciously. I think that she's in her world of like her brand. She says her brand's in crisis or whatever because of this other person that people are confusing her with this other Naomi. And anyway, so she's living her story and her narrative. And so she's trying to explain it from her perspective or whatever without any, I could be wrong. I mean, maybe she has a deeper understanding of it, but I kind of don't think she does. I think she's in her little sphere, and
well,
it
it
makes
could
sense
be
to her.
that the system, there's a goal-oriented behavior, which is to guide people's understanding of a digital twin system in a certain direction, and it just taps the agents that are helpful to advance that part of the campaign in a certain direction, whether or not the agents understand the broader context.
Right.
And so again, if we set aside good, bad, how much does she know, is she whatever, we can understand it as the system tapping on the team member to carry the ball forward in a certain way, to set the stage for the consciousness, to prime our consciousness to accept the next act of the drama, which is what is unfolding.
Right.
So I don't know if there's a clip that I shared that was a short clip about serious games from the University of California, Santa Cruz.
Okay.
It was like a minute and a half. Essentially, this is a pitch for their master's program in game design. The reason I wanted to talk about this was, again, Sean brought to my attention this guy, Michael Mateus, who is a professor at UC Santa Cruz and has been for a long time. He and another guy, I think he was finishing his PhD at Carnegie Mellon maybe, and they developed collaboratively an AI emergent immersive media dialogue game called Facade that was really cutting edge at the time. It came out in like 2013. I think it took them 5 years to develop, so they were developing it in the 2008-ish. And supposedly it's a really landmark game, even though this isn't just about using AI and automating non-player characters. There's a couple and they're in crisis, a relationship crisis, and you come into their apartment for drinks, and how you interact with them through a text-based interface changes the course of their relationship, either towards getting divorced or not, which kind of hits home a little bit for me. It was a little bit hard to listen to, but then evidently, and it's not a decision tree narrative arc. It is really dynamic, and so there was a natural language processor that would mediate between how you interacted through the text box and the agents in the game. And at certain points, it could like crazy things could happen with this couple. And so some game players, I guess it's a thing, you record yourself playing the game, and there would be these crazy things, and and it was known for that. That game was called Facade. And so Mateus has then been further developing these immersive gaming simulations, again, not just you and an NPC, but as part of a larger emergent landscape. And I think that's, again, the narrative around AI and Hollywood and scraping. That is the narrative that's going to lead to everything being put on blockchain, so that you get your micropayments for the crap that the generative AI is scraping. That's what this limited narrative is about, whether or not the people who participate understand. That's why we're not talking about Web3. That's why we're just talking about generative AI, because the Web3 is the problem, reaction, solution. That's going to be the solution. But they need it on blockchain so that your agent has all of its past history to know how to react in the emerging, unfolding simulations that you're going to be a part of. And again, what's real and what's not real, and does it matter at this point? So this guy is pitching the UC Santa Cruz Master's Program, and it's a minute and a half video, but he's centering the importance of serious games. And for me, the reason that I know that this is important is that, again, the botanical garden that I worked at got funding from the Knight Foundation. And the Knight Foundation is central in the space of civic gaming and serious gaming in partnership with Niantic. And again, Niantic got its seed funding from In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA. And Niantic was prototyping Pokemon Go. And again, immersive gaming in an augmented environment. But then Niantic came into working with Knight on augmented cities and quote unquote playful cities, because you can read playful as emergence. And a lot of the augmentation had to do with culture, things that on the surface sound great, right? Under lockdowns, take your phone and walk in the park by yourself with social distancing and inhabit a poetry landscape or an immersive art project. Because the social peer-to-peer computation needs that social context. Like that's why digital humanities has to be fed into the system, because in the emergent holographic reality that we're going to be doing our computing in, culture is crucial. Culture is everything. And that's why the civic gaming, even thinking back, Jason, to civics being democracy, civics being exchanging tokens, votes, signals. So that again, right token, right place, right time, right people, not because you're choosing, because you're being steered into a predetermined outcome. You can choose various pathways to get to that outcome, but the outcome is already pre-decided on the game board.
So I think of the reason serious games is powerful is twofold. The first is engagement or immersion. When you're playing a game, if it's well designed, you just get involved in it. And that's both I want to keep playing, but also I tend to start identifying with the situation in it, the characters or the plot or whatever. So you're engaged. The second is games can present complexity in a way that no linear medium can. So if I've got a system that's complex, if I don't frame this person for a drug crime, I will get docked a bunch of money and my family will go hungry, right? You could do that in something linear and it would seem contrived, or you'd have to do it over and over and over again to explore all the different options. As a game, you give the player the agency. The agency results in an outcome, and then kind of an understanding of complexity and systemic kind of reality is apparent, especially because people will play a game over and over to look at the different outcomes. So I don't look at serious games as, oh, hey, here's a way we can adapt this game thing to this other medium that explores other topics. It's more like there are topics and ways of looking at topics that can be explored only by games, at least only from that perspective by games.
Wait,
Yeah.
so can you pull up on like the film Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Oh yeah, you just want like the poster or something?
It's like the poster, yeah.
What's it called again?
So the reason I'm Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh,
Have you
that's
seen that one, Jason?
I have, yeah.
Have you seen it? Yeah. Well, because it won the Academy Award this past year, right?
Did it? I used to
Yeah,
actually.
I'm pretty sure.
I used to actually
See if
pay
like
it.
Google it with the Academy Award and see if it, like an article
wait.
comes up or something.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm
here's
asking is because
I'll grab more stuff here too, but you go ahead and talk, and I'll do my
okay.
thing.
Well, so again, in trying to sort of recover, relationality. This is before, I had this, big stuff with my life all fall apart. But, it was traumatic for me to try to get over to reconnect to society after all the lockdown stuff. And for people who weren't on the wrong side, the wrong think side of things, it was like, they're just like no big deal. Right. And that's mostly the people around me. But so it was hard to know how to do social things with my husband after this, but we would go occasionally to films. And there were a couple that we watched that we went out to see in person that I thought were really compelling. And this was one of them. This is before I got the big news that my life was all about to change, but Everything Everywhere all at Once. And in this, and I think it won the Academy Award. I know, did you see if it did?
Oh yeah, let me check.
I'm pretty sure that it did, which is kind of unusual. It's kind of an unusual film to win because it was long and complicated. But in this film, the main character, she and her husband run a laundromat, and she is somewhat alienated from her adult daughter. And then she's in this IRS office with Jamie Lee Curtis, who's playing a really unusual role. She's not looking super it's not super flattering, for her. And she's this IRS agent, and these crazy things happen in this office in terms of Yeah, everything, seven Oscars. So this is really big. Like it won really big in the Academy Awards for, so in terms of, getting the stamp of approval, it's looking at different outcomes. And so this is what the game engine provides is, like, I think it's the Markov cones, like within the Hugh Everett III, and the many worlds theory, that depending on the choice architecture that you take, there are branches that go into different directions. And in the context of this film, the protagonist is able, through various physical means, to access her counterparts in different storylines. And ultimately she's asking, why are all these things happening to her? And they said, well, the thing is, they need to save the world from something in a bad other dimension. And they said, well, you have the most potential because you made all the worst choices. Again, she's doesn't have a glamorous life. She runs a laundromat. Her family she's not getting along with her family. She lives in a cluttered house. They're like, we need you because you have the most growth potential, because the constellation of choices that you made leaves you at the bottom, meaning that you have the most access to all the other yous that made other choices that had other superpowers that you don't have now, but you can now that you know the way of accessing them. Mm-hmm. And so I think that that's really interesting, because with NVIDIA and the game engine and Cesium there are these clips where they talk about a time machine having all the information on the back end, which would be your digital doppelganger, and then projecting forward all the different courses that could come from that constellation being presented with a certain situation, and then using the outside-in robot or the environmental templating to steer individuals and societies to a quote-unquote preferred outcome in the many worlds theory. But what he's saying is you could go back and explore all the storylines, which is kind of what is being imprinted by this film, is that, and I think Steffers alerted me to this film too, is like there are all the storylines, and that's the choose your own adventure. In this, what Michael Mateus says is that the many worlds theory isn't super useful because it's very computationally difficult to explore all the different storylines. But rather what he wants to do is to create an immersive game engine that can in real time build all the storylines out, rather than you having to methodically transcribe them all and artistically create every single decision, because it's kind of like, what is it, the thing with the grains of rice? Like, I want to be rewarded with like every piece of the chessboard, just double the amount of rice. And then by the time you get to the end, there's an incomprehensible number. Like, that's not doable. But with AI, what they can do is create a dynamic game engine that will, like, in real time explore these immersions. And so I think that when we're talking about metaverse, the meta, it's about metaphysics. And it is weirdly blending this alchemy, what we might consider based in the 17th century, like an alchemical way of dealing with matter, with quantum physics, that might not work in the quote unquote real world that we understand, but could work in a game world. Mm-hmm. And they want us to live in the game world so that they can play around with us metaphysically. And I think with wearables and eventually nanotechnology, tap into the creative emergent potential of us being in gaming environments, to get the computation. But I do want to talk about this Lex Friedman and the metaverse thing a little bit, because up to this point, I think I framed it as this holodeck as a space that we enter into intentionally. And I think that's a story that's being set out for us, and that those spaces will exist, that we know that we're entering a portal and we go into a place and we do work in there and then we come back out. And that's one story. But I think what Web3 is in the outside in robot, is that our entire life will actually be part of the game. Maybe there's a game within a game, but even the outside life as a game is Web3, and the interface will be seamless, and the entire world will be the outside in robot. So we might pick up haptic controllers and put on a VR headset and go into a gaming space in a holodeck. But even when we take it all off and come out, that will be the game within the game. But when we come out of it, we're still in a game. and that game is being run on Web3 logic that may be invisible, and like whatever the invisible rainbow book about electricity, it became most powerful when it disappeared. When electricity became something we weren't conscious of, we just used it without thinking about it. It became the most powerful. That will be it within Web3 when we're not thinking about it and it's just integrated into life. That is the game, and then there's a game within a game, and that's what the Friedman Zuckerberg interview is about.
Yeah, that just came out. Friedman they had an interview in the new version of the metaverse, and remember, like it was about a year ago this time, I think, when Zuckerberg released their announcement for the metaverse and the changing of the name and all of that, and it was kind of comical. The examples they were showing were these like half-bodied cartoon-ish, really like amateur graphics, cartoon characters interacting, and everybody was like, oh, that's just ridiculous. Like, who would want to live in that? So this just launched. I'll just play a little bit of it. I just to show you.
And before we go, can I just show, I just want to point out a couple things on this poster. One, it definitely channels like plant medicine altered consciousness states, like the graphical design aspects of that.
Yeah, it's very psychedelic.
Got the rainbow, that's optical illusions. As I remember in the story, in order for her to jump timelines, there was some sort of physical or weird thing that you had to do, like a painful thing or a strange thing. I think that's a perturbation of the system that creates the portal. That's a perturbation of the system along the lines of Michael Levin cutting the planaria and regrowing. In fact, I even sort of think that these images around the edges, these little pokey things, I mean, you could sort of imagine them as phallic, but they look a little also like a planaria. I don't know, can you see kind of like within the quarter circles, that looks a little planaria-like. So I think these are all interesting in terms of what we've been talking about utilizing intentional communities or therapeutic communities as collective computational interfaces. And I think, to me, that people who have been targeted as at risk, either for mental health or for addiction or for some sort of non-conforming situation, that they will be on the front lines of these gamified therapeutics. And perhaps those minds will also be in a position of being more able to enter into altered states of consciousness to explore different potentialities for the group consciousness programming.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, yeah, so I think there's going to be a lot of buzz around this interview that was done, and then I also have a clip from a demo, because I was at Costco and I saw the Meta logo. I was like, oh, what do they got here? They're selling something from Meta. I'm going to go check it out, and it was their new Quest 3 VR goggles that they had at Costco. So there's a clip that CNET put out of a demo with Zuckerberg talking about that.
The following is a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg inside the metaverse. Mark and I are hundreds of miles apart from each other in physical space, but it feels like we're in the same room because we appear to each other as photorealistic codec avatars in 3D with spatial audio. This technology is incredible, and I think it's the future of how human beings connect to each other in a deeply meaningful way on the internet. These avatars can capture many of the nuances of facial expressions that we humans use to communicate emotion to each other. Now, I just need to work on upgrading my emotion expressing capabilities of the underlying human.
I thought that was interesting. I need to work on upgrading my emotion capabilities. I know that's even part of the gamification, where you can get extra tokens, which will allow you more ability. What was that? There wasn't a movie or something, or it was one of the books where, it was a book. Was it MoMA? No, what was it? It was that you were reading. They were like, oh no, I don't have the capacity for those features of like how I look, the avatar, how it looks. And
okay.
It was in one of the, it was something we were talking about, some fictionalized thing where one of the characters was like, oh yeah, like they didn't have enough tokens or whatever to have this. And it was like even just like you think about the clothing that you wear, or, within the metaverse or whatever.
Oh, well, I think that was in Snow Crash.
Okay.
The context of Snow Crash is like when you started the game, you had like a placeholder identity, like a default.
Or even like, oh, I don't have legs. I don't have legs. I can't afford legs or whatever. So I can't touch the ground or whatever.
But think about like even with Twitter, when it was Twitter, like if you started out like you were like an egg. And that's like an embryo. Think about too, like in terms of embryology, you were an egg. You hadn't differentiated. You hadn't like developed into a full being. You were an egg in waiting.
Yeah, you get enough badges. So
this is so great. Lighting change? Wow.
Yeah, we can put the light anywhere.
And it doesn't feel awkward to be really close to you.
No, it does. I actually moved you back a few feet before you got into the headset. You were like right here.
I don't know if people can see this, but this is incredible. The realism here is just incredible. Where am I? Where are you, Mark? Where are we?
You're in Austin, right?
No, I mean this place. we're shrouded by darkness with ultra realistic face, and it just feels like we're in the same room. This is really the most incredible thing I've ever seen. And sorry to be in your personal
That reminds
space.
me of Oz.
I mean,
We have done jiu-jitsu before.
what's that?
Like the whole like in the Wizard of Oz, like wasn't he sort of projected out and he was like this little person behind and he had this big, I'm the giant and amazing Oz.
He was on a screen. Yeah. There's a man behind the curtain, but he had this face. Yeah, he had an avatar on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was commenting to the team before that even that I feel like we've choked each other from further distances than it feels like we are right now.
I mean, this is just really incredible. I don't know how to describe it with words. It really feels like we're in the same room.
Yeah.
It feels like the future.
So he's seeing all this in 3D.
Incredible. I just wanted,
the video on YouTube is 2D, but he's actually seeing it in 3D.
take it in.
Well,
I'm still getting.
I mean, yeah, I think this is enough. I mean, in terms of like giving them airtime, but I would say that this is the Moonshot Project, right? This is that we live as this avatar outside of time and mind and body and time and space. So this is the moonshot part of it, that you go and you do your work somewhere, or you meet with people in a coffee shop somewhere. But it's still a clunky interface, right? I mean, I'm sure that they have more sophisticated interfaces already. This is just what they're showing you right now.
Well, and my thing is they clearly had this a year. I mean, I'm sure they had this, it wasn't maybe as refined, but a year ago when they released that really ridiculous cartoonish version of it.
Yeah.
A year ago.
They did. That's how, I mean, like once you understand it as a spectacle, you're being managed in a dramatic arc on your acceptance of it all. So, so yeah, there's probably way more that they have that they're not showing right now. To me, this feels like we're getting very close to the Moonshot Project, but it doesn't mean that when you take off the headset, and
you're not in that
spatial audio, that you're not in the game.
Right.
Because what I would say is what I've realized in listening to this Michael Mateus stuff is that actually Facebook is a social game. Social media platforms are a social game. All of it is social games with game mechanics.
Right.
And based on his narrative structure, that this is military technology, and a lot of it's built on automated bullying behavior. So like we need to be really cautious when we enter into, like, they want to give us this cool factor. But if you actually listen to what the training material, the training structures is for this, it's terrifying. And that we want to put children into these spaces, or, vulnerable communities or refugees or what have you, to like give them access to some global platform labor. It's not good. Like there are huge ethical and moral questions that we have to have. And so they want to wow you with the spectacle, but this is a spectacle. It's a planned spectacle. And they can see how people are reacting to it and then tune the spectacle for the next round.
Well, even on the comments on Lex's podcast on YouTube, there was some critical pushback. They're like, "Oh, this is gross. I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to." And so, and so that was my point, was like, you don't even need the goggles to be. The real thing is, like I said, the infrastructure that's nudging you and steering you, and the tokens that are being traded. based on your behavior or whatever, and then the AI, assistance to that whole program. This is just a user interface, which is like, it's a spectacle. Like you're like, oh, whoa, look how realistic. I mean, it does look pretty realistic in terms of what we're used to in terms of computer graphics. But again, like that's not the point of it. Isn't necessarily the goggles or, what someone's seeing in the thing of like, they're having these virtual meetings, whether they do it on Zoom or they do it with one of these things, the infrastructure behind it is still the same in terms of what it's serving and what the game mechanics.
Well, a couple things I want to point out too is that, so someone told me that, I guess maybe later on in this interview, that they got scanned, and this I think it's live stage scanning mechanism. A lot of this comes out of USC, University of Southern California Institute for Creative Technologies, which is sort of this hybrid blend of like Disney influence and the military and Army Research Lab influence. And that they've been doing this light capture scanning for a long time. And it was featured in the Congress movie that came out in 2013. The actress was full body scanned to be used as an AI character. And so this scanning technology is being normalized. Now, this live stage tech, my friend Sean pointed out, that's now part of the portfolio of Otoy, I think, which is a various form of like subscription graphical interface design systems that's using these scans, and that it has a group of advisors. No surprise, like Eric Schmidt is an advisor, the chairman of IBM is an advisor, but one of the other advisors on this is Ari Emanuel. And that really stood out to me because, again, my entry point was educational technology. And one of the quote unquote manufactured leaders of the resistance in that space was Diana Ravitch, who was supposedly, her archetypal story was she was a conservative who had seen the light and was going to tell the Democrats what all the bad things that the Republicans were doing. And then she was set up to misdirect the progressive educators into a certain direction that would essentially allow all of this to happen. Now, her son, one of her sons, his name is Joe Ravitch, and he was the head of a venture. He worked for, I believe, Goldman Sachs, and then started his own venture capital fund with Jeff Sine called RAIN Group, RAINE Group. Jeff Sine is very, very tight with SoftBank, Mayoshi-san, and they were pursuing one of their portfolio investments is Parchment, which was alternative digital credentials, which I understood as these blockchain credentials. But they also had an entire division in immersive media and sports. And their advisor was Ari Emanuel. So that's one of the three Emanuel brothers, Ram, of Illinois, and then Zeke, the bioethicist that wants to cut you off in your 70s, who's based out of Penn. And then Ari is the Hollywood entertainment guy. And so, like, to me, understanding virtual reality and personalized learning in the context of getting children to do digital labor and problem solving, super, super duper important. The other thing I want to mention is just that they could put anything in there with you. And that's sort of what Second Life was about, again, in the cartoonish version. They were mentioning spatial audio, the guy who is behind Second Life, who's very central to all this, and his name is escaping me. But spatial audio is where he was moving into next. And then he was working in blockchain gig labor. But Second Life is vitally important. But then if you mix that with the idea of the movie Her, do you see that movie, pull that up? Essentially, Her, the protagonist of this is sort of a thoughtful guy, nerdy guy who writes poems and things. And he falls in love with his user interface. The way you can do settings for Siri, like, oh, do you want to hear it in Australian, or do you want to hear it blah, blah, blah. Like, you could pick the settings, and then ultimately, not unlike the war games where the AI becomes embodied, Her is this, he falls in love with his operating system. And ultimately the operating system, like, I think she ports through somebody's physical body because they want to be physically together. And then eventually the operating system, like, establishes a relationship with some other operating system and abandons him. And so it's this very weird relationship trajectory of this person with an agent that is living only in a digital space, and again through this weird embodiment, and then again, what does that mean in terms of the ending of that relationship? But we're setting up relationships for children with these interface devices, these chat bots, that are like, we don't have consent. That's something Lynn Davenport has talked about often, about reasoning mind. This chat bot that interfaced with little children to teach them math skills, and the children became emotionally attached to the chat bot, right? And then it was only realized through a cartoon, but in her, it was realized through eventually the embodiment of a human relationship. And what is the idea of relationships in that space? So to me, all of these things thread together in terms of entering into the holodeck and having a relationship. Yeah, as far as we know, Mark Zuckerberg is a real person, but you could just as easily be interfacing with some embodied, quote unquote, intelligence of an animal, or an acre of rainforest, or a DAO, some other thing that becomes embodied in some other artistic thing.
Hi, sorry. I was trying to bring something else up.
Yeah. So does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I was trying to find the Congress, the scene from the Congress where they were showing the scan. Yeah, totally.
Can we pause a second? Grab something up.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, this is actually an image from the movie The Congress, where she's getting her scan. So all those little lights have a camera in the middle of them. So there's thousands and thousands of cameras. I don't know how many cameras, but a lot of cameras taking a photo of her, and then she does different expressions and this goes back. So this film came out in 2014, I think. So it's a few years old. So but even in the film, but even in the film, they do the scan, but then the version of her is just this really rudimentary cartoon. But now, so it's even that is kind of silly because they didn't need to do all this.
I think some of that is also uncanny valley. There's this uncanny valley aspect to it too.
Right.
What I noticed actually early on, when I was doing research into ed tech, they were setting up peer-to-peer learning for children, where the peer was a cartoon character on a large screen TV. And again, I didn't have context to understand what that was. I was like, wait a minute, of course kids like to learn with peers, but why would you not just let kids play together? Why would you isolate a child and have them interfacing with a TV screen, a smart TV screen? Mm-hmm. And again, what they said was, and Carnegie Mellon was taking all sorts of DARPA money, that they wanted to make a cartoon character because it was less unsettling to the child than something that was closer to reality but not real.
Right.
And with the uncanny valley effect. And now I understand that if the goal is to use the educational technology where the child is working with a quote unquote peer that is an AI toward emergent problem solving, then yes, you would create a narrative that peer-based learning was important, but that while the general public would assume you meant peer was other children, the peer that you had in mind was an AI, right? That's again, the cyborg aspect isn't just you have a robot arm or a chip in your brain, but that actually you're interfacing in a problem-solving space with another kind of intelligence. So it all makes sense. Looking back, I keep revisiting things I saw that I didn't have enough information to make sense of. And there's still maybe more things that more realizations to come. But now I can see oh, of course Carnegie Mellon would be setting this up because that was the interface of tapping into the imagination of children towards the problem solving function. So that's part of, I think that they want it to look like that to again, make it seem more innocuous than it actually is.
Right. Yeah. So, there's two versions. There's the cartoon version, or then there's as it gets more realistic version. But the person you could be interacting with, you don't, I think ideally they would like to get it to where you wouldn't be able to tell the difference whether or not it's, you're interacting with an AI or an actual person. That's another aspect of that. Yeah.
Could you bring up Unreal Engines, the meta-humans? Yeah. So I just, got back a week or so ago from being down in North Carolina, and, I went to see the office headquarters in the Research Triangle area. It's actually in Cary, North Carolina, for Epic Games. And Epic Games is, you can see the logo up there in the upper right. It's very small, but they developed the Unreal Engine, and these are called metahumans. And again, they have scans of real people look like you. You can look at the pores, you can look at their facial hairs, but these aren't actual people. High fidelity digital humans made easy. And so again, it's about creating these interfaces that you can create these digital people. So yeah, Lex Friedman could dial up an AI that inhabits a digital version of a human being that does not exist at all. And then that I guess this is what, going back to the reasoning mind and having children. Maybe we can get off of this because they're looking around and kind of unsettling. We go back to the Otoy advisor page.
Yeah, I was just going to scroll down a little bit to look at some of the other stuff on this website real quick.
Yeah, you can like scroll down. So if you imagine that the reasoning mind chatbot interface that you're handing to a third grader to improve their math skills actually becomes a meta human that is attuned to their psyche, right? We saw this in online personalized learning where they would say like, oh, do you like sports? Well, we'll give you a math problem that involves soccer balls, right? Like they were at a very basic level, they would dynamically change the educational content to address your preferences, a student's preferences. But again, that's reinforcing an identity. You're not exploring different alternatives. You just pick an identity, you pick an archetype, and then that is reinforced through all the algorithms. You don't ever get to break out of that. So imagine you've got your lifelong learning guide, and it's optimizing you towards something, towards being a team member of the superorganism, right? But you haven't chosen. You're only 6 years old, so you don't know if you're a liver cell or a brain neuron or a cardiac tissue piece. Like you don't know that, but something is going to say, "Oh, this is you. We're going to steer you." And I would say
guidance counselor.
My husband, like he loved subways as a teen or tween. He was in London and he loved the idea of subways. And so people said, "Oh, well, you want to be an engineer and build subways." Well, actually, I think what he was interested in was urban planning and social dynamics of transit systems. But he got shunted over to Carnegie Mellon, weirdly, and then reinforced, and then ultimately that crashed. And so he came back and he kind of reinvented himself in a new way. But if someone had said, okay, yeah, you like being on a subway, therefore we've picked this for you. Yeah, no, you have to learn about medium weight concrete. No, you may hate it, but this path, you've chosen this decision tree, and there's not, and you've got these virtual humans who are just bumping you back on cybernetically to the path that you started. And that's
but with reskilling and lifelong learning, there's space for you to like switch it up every so often too,
Well, then your mentor is going to tell you, have you thought of blah, 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 blah. Like maybe your skills would apply to this. The AI, translator says that this skill maps over to that skill, and then they'll move you over there. But this is all the story that's behind this Friedman Zuckerberg interview that they're not telling you. They're not going to tell you about Otoy. Can we bring up the advisors? We talked about the advisors. It's light stage, not light stage.
The people that do the scans is Otoy.
Yeah.
And this is their website, and these are their advisors.
Sean, bringing this to mind. But you've got Ari Emanuel, that I said was consulting to Rain Group. Eric Schmidt, who's everywhere. Here's Mike Winkleman, an artist. Samuel Palmciano, who's the chairman, president, and CEO of IBM from 2003 to 2011. So he's not currently there, but
Palmisano.
Oh, Palmisano. Sorry, I inverted that. Somebody with Lucasfilm, Brave Software. Again, Brave. That's the attention economy tokens. Again, that's your digital twin. And then we've got Irving Ladowski Berger. That's a mouthful, but this guy is super important. He wrote one of the chapters in the Bitcoin to Burning Man book. So look him up. And then George Gilder of Gilder Technology. I haven't heard of Gilder before, but these are some pretty high level players. And can we go to the main screen, because you'll see that this is the Congress infrastructure. I'm not sure. Light stage. Maybe we can look in the products.
Okay. I was just looking at, there's light stage. Okay.
Yeah, maps with Unity. Yeah, so
There we go.
this, if you can't zoom in, can you? Like, you can see that in that little circle under the guy's lips, like that's from the Congress. That light circular light set is exactly what was in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, cutting edge for gaming, but the gaming is life. And then you've got the Star Wars guy. That was the creepy, bringing the dead back to life, right? Resurrecting the dead. Isn't that what Lincoln Cannon said? The Mormon Transhumanist Association.
Well, this goes back to, I watched a documentary that was based on some audio recordings that Marlon Brando had created. And the documentary came out. Brando, I think, died in 2004. I think that's when he died. I mean, it was a while ago. So in the documentary, he mentioned that they'd scanned his face. So this goes, goes way back in terms of technology.
Think about right story, right information, right time, right people. They're introducing, bringing forward into the public what is appropriate at a given time to advance acceptance for this future that is planned. And so I would say when we're doing serious gaming and social gaming, we don't actually know what we're gaming with. We don't know if what we're gaming with is a construction, is a chimera, is a collection of people. We don't know if the thing that we're gaming with was constructed to balance our psyche. If some AI has said, this person, we optimize this person's behavior if they have a kind and gentle and empathetic friend listening to them. No, this person needs tough love. So we're going to give them like a boot camp army instructor as their coach. Like we don't even know. Like, it's going to be hard to get behind the programming. They'll sell you that maybe you get to pick, but I don't think so. I don't think we're actually ever going to know what we're dealing with in here. We're not supposed to know this stuff.
Yeah, and it's not like with like the meta thing or whatever, it's just the gaming or whatever. Well, you think about Zoom meetings, so they're herding people into doing these interfaces. So whether you're on Zoom or you're on the headset or whatever, the point is to collect that data and then to do that, that steering.
Well, just to picture us 10 years from now when we've decided this is all great or something like that. And then we've got a little box down here that's some compilation of our sidekick that guides the conversation, that enhances the dynamism of whatever. Like, we wouldn't do that, but like we could, like you could throw an Unreal Engine human in the third box under there and have a participant in the conversation. And would people know? Like, we have a disclaimer. This is not actually this character is a composite of 5 different people.
Yeah.
Like, we can't have Leo and Lynn and, Brandy all here, but we'll just composite them, throw them in the Unreal Engine and then have the stand-in, like that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. And have we agreed that that's the society we want to live in? And then what are the implications for children who can't agree to that? Because if the world's built on that, then that's what's coming.
Yeah. Before we move on from the Zuckerberg thing, can I just show you one other thing real quick? And we may or may not, I may or may not include it in the final video, depending on if we have something to say about it. But I just wanted to share this with you because it's related to that new headset. Let's see. We don't even have to watch the whole thing, but
we are incredibly proud to introduce Quest 3, the first mainstream mixed reality headset.
Cue applause.
Quest 3 is the most powerful headset that we have ever shipped, and it allows you to blend the physical and digital worlds together.
Did they say
Navigate
Quest?
It with
Quest. This is actually the 3rd iteration. This is Quest 3, but that's the name of the.
Okay, but I think that the Quest is really important, that narrative framing, because again, if you think about the hero's journey archetype, like if what we're experiencing is a mediated reality that is engineered for complexity and emergence towards resolving a problem or solving a problem, it will be framed as a quest. It will be framed as an individual or a social quest in game mechanics, because that will leverage acceptance of it. And when I was looking into the privatization of education, one of the privatized models were these Acton academies, right? And Jeff Sandifer is an oil guy. Jeff Sandifer is in Austin. Jeff Sandifer was working with Jordan Peterson. Jeff Sandifer was all about capitalism and, using economic systems to optimize for things, and independence of children in this Montessori, digitally mediated Montessori model as the answer to woke culture programmed progressive education in the public schools. Like, that was a model that was intentionally set up for people to wind into. And the entire narrative of the Acton Academy, which was a franchise framed as parent empowerment, was the hero's journey. But it was a hero's journey that was digitally mediated with social emotional learning leaderboards. And I had a parent who was pushing back against that. And the guy said, well, we're not doing the China version. We're doing the capitalism version. We're good capitalists. and so they can just program whatever, but the quest framing is really important to understand in terms of collective social gaming.
Right. Yeah.
Hands, if you want, and the hand tracking is getting really good. Or with these brand new precision controllers that we've designed for games or work or things where you want some extra precision. And, of course, it's completely standalone. No wires, no battery pack, nothing like that that's going to break your sense of presence. So when you put on Quest 3, you see the physical room around you. Only now it is a canvas that you can bring your digital objects into the world. Quest 3, it understands your space, so you can play with the world around you. You can solve Lego puzzles, or you can build your own creations on any flat surface in your room. You can play games like BAM with your friends sitting around a table with your physically...
Right.
Well, he mentions, and he also mentions Roblox here in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Roblox, but these shared gaming systems, and I know even my child, like back in the day, but Minecraft had two things. It had a gameplay version, which was more but it also had a world building, and that was the same for The Sims and SimCity. There was the play version that was more engagement or contest oriented, and then there was a world building version, and so. But Microsoft owns LinkedIn and Minecraft, and there's a reason that they're cubes. And the cubes have a lot to do with, I think, blockchain and the hexagons and all of that. And again, templating the real world into a artificial, like one that doesn't have as much nuance. It gives you agency to play with things as long as you agree to play with cubes. Yeah. You can build whatever world you want to build with their palette, but their palette is cubes, and they look like this.
Mm-hmm. And they can also, again, they can punish you and reward you to favor certain, construction over others, because you think about how they want to gamify coding, and they want to make that coding into the not physical, but you're going to be manipulating these digital objects, and you're thinking you're playing like a game, but you're actually coding. There's a lot of other aspects to this.
Right there together, or even if they're far away. People love working out in Quest. But now, if you're doing a body combat workout, the targets are going to come at you in your physical room, whether you're in your living room or if you're in your home gym. You're be able to look around and see the room around you, so you're going to be a lot more comfortable, swinging your arms and moving your body. The
so I would just say too on this,
physical.
This links into the advanced distributed learning and the XAPI, like the connection of competency verification and badging, and this is military technology. So there's an XAPI clip, and maybe we can insert it at some point, but that talks about augmented reality, where a woman is sitting on her couch, and she gets a notification on a tablet to go into an immersion simulation with a colleague, and they both put on their headsets, and then they join into this shared space Now, this simulation is a lot more about cybersecurity space than a physical, but the physical battle engagement, I think, has to do with quote unquote wellness and piezoelectricity. And if you think about that, your smart environment is going to support an immersion experience, then that is also conditioning people in this new real estate development towards smart housing and also smaller housing. So if you have a smaller living environment, but this living environment is dynamic and somehow the wall opens into a portal of another world, that living in these tiny houses or small digital spaces will enhance people's drive to escape into the metaverse, because they will have a more expansive view as long as they put on the headset. And so I think that this has a lot to do with Adam Newman and Mark Andreessen and Flow and what the future of housing is going to look like. And again, your equity in the housing, if what they're building is smart housing pods that are like stackable tiny houses, and they're giving you a share of equity based on what you quote unquote contribute, what I can imagine what you're contributing is your participation in a shared problem solving space. Whether or not you understand the nature of the problem, your participation in the quest is tabulated as micropayments on the blockchain. And even if you scroll back, like the guy in that room, there was like a lighting fixture that was a series of hexagons put together. You can see above the boombox, which is an interesting placement there in terms of spatial audio and I think computing. And I know this is just sort of stream of consciousness. This isn't represented here, but accessing the virtual world in the Congress was via smelling, opening an ampule of a chemical scent and inhaling it. And that was a big part of how you access that. And one of the things that Steffers was really doing groundbreaking work on was stigmergy, swarm intelligence, and using chemosensing, using olfaction towards that, engineered chemical sensing, which has everything to do with IEEE and Yu Yuan engineering taste and smell towards as a portal into this other space. And we didn't understand it as such at the time, but that the collectiveness, that there's something innate in olfaction that I understood through this book, Sparking the Machine, that was about Chinese traditional medicine and acupuncture. The guy was saying that olfaction is the oldest center and there's no gatekeeper. That the smell goes straight up to the brain. There's no gatekeeping there, as other senses have gatekeeping. And so, at Penn, again, right outside of on Market Street is the Monell Chemical Senses Center, and they're engineering that towards, I think, as portals into these digital worlds. So I think constructing sound, managing frequency, all of this is it's all intertangled, and it's so strange to feel like you have to talk about it like this, that weirdly Hollywood is interfacing with reality, is giving these hand tips and that sort of stuff. Or superpower is to analyze digital media and find the steganography, the hidden stories behind the stories that are being told. But it feels like we're in this river and we're being taken there. And I want to say, can we grab onto a root branch hanging off the riverbank and pause for a second and talk about it before we keep going?
No, we can't. We have to go full steam ahead, Alison. There's no choice. There's no.
I never thought I would have to talk about stuff like this. That's the thing. I just want to say, but when you actually encounter these scientific papers, the way in which culture is constructed through shared story in digital media, and the importance of emetics and semiotics and symbolism, you just can't look a lot of people can look the other way, but once we're on this road, I can't look away from it anymore. I'm trying to find meaning in what I'm encountering and trying to make it make sense.
Off the road again. I can't wait to get off this road again. Where's Lynn? We can do it. We need to do our duet.
I know. We need Lynn. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna try to. I have a ukulele, so I'm so amusical. But maybe I'm gonna try to practice.
Yeah, Arkansas, you're gonna get your musical chops down there.
I know. I'm gonna need to get some.
All right. So I'll play a little bit more.
So
of
you're
this.
gonna be able to be a part of much larger worlds. there's one point in the Stranger Things game where you can be sitting in your living
Are you
room or anywhere
kidding
else,
me?
and portals to the
Nope.
upside down.
Stranger Things game?
Yeah, and I remember
Come on.
the scene in the Stranger Things where the wall. Remember the wall like opens up and there was like some weird thing.
Open right there. Now,
No,
these
we're not
experiences
doing
are-
this. Like no. And like I would just say these portals, like all of this stuff, Omidyar had a lot of portals in there. Again, they're mutualism, commoning, ecotopias. Like here's the portal into that. Like it's the bridge. And actually, someone has done some guest posts for the blog, who's based in Bristol, England, which was a slave center, but also is a center for supercomputing. This guy Isengard, she shared an article about a new supercomputer named after this guy Isengard, who is an engineer, and he engineered railroad standardization and bridges. And I said, hey, what comes to mind, because he didn't invent railroads, but what he invented was this standardized gauge that made interoperability of the railroads possible. And then he built modular iron bridges that allowed the railroads to go places they couldn't otherwise go. And I'm like, yeah, naming your supercomputer after an engineer who did standardization and bridge building and networked transportation has everything to do with extended reality in this weird quantum metaverse space. It's symbolically very important that that's the name that they chose, that they're situating that story in that physical space that also happened to be, I think it was a Quaker area and a center of the slave trade.
Nice.
possible
Anyway.
because Quest 3 shows your physical space with 10 times more pixels than what we had on Quest 2. And it automatically maps the space that you're in using 2 dedicated color camera sensors and a depth sensor, which makes it so that if you pick up a digital ball and throw it at the physical wall, it'll bounce off it. Or if someone's shooting at you and you want to duck the fire, you can just get behind your physical couch.
Also think about this in terms of a digital twinning and building the digital twinned verse, for other applications.
That's like free labor.
Exactly. No, it's totally, yeah.
Aren't the new phones, like the new smartphones, they have like a much more sophisticated camera capability? So essentially they're asking us to build our own prison.
Yeah.
Like they're saying, like, here's your device, scan, and then think about prop tech, because this again relates to flow. And I talked a little bit about property and real estate technology and scans. I think you had even talked about like being in a space of somebody you knew and they had scanned their living environment, right? And you're like, oh, that feels a little bit like surveillance or whatever. Like that this is all being that this is like property technology, real estate. I'm looking for a place to land. So like I'm on Zillow, I see these 3D tour of the house. That's what this is, but we don't understand it as the game board. Mm-hmm. We don't understand it as the environmental template. We don't understand that our pod living room could be the immersive commons, and that we enter into a serious game with human and non-human intelligences in the metaverse through the portal of our living room to enter into a game that might be a computation run by something we don't understand and we don't know where it's going. Mm-hmm. And that will get paid in tokens or credited to our UBI. Like that's what we're talking about. Like it's an economic system, it's a biophysics system, it's a psychological system. And yeah, it's a lot.
I'll go a little bit more on this.
Woo! Is this part of the Friedman interview, or is this
no? This
else?
Is separate. This was released. This was also just released. It was on CNET, on the CNET channel. This was their announcement. This is the official announcement. This is separate than the Friedman thing. But I just looked it up.
He looks like an animation. The audience looks kind of real, but he looks like an animation.
Yeah.
He looks like a hologram. Like I feel like
maybe he's always been a hologram.
but I think he's a character.
Yeah,
like,
he's totally a character.
What live action role play? Like live action role play involves an NPC. Like he's a non-playing character. Like Gates is not Schwab. Like once you have that lens to think of it as a spectacle, that as a psychological manipulation spectacle in which your reaction to the spectacle is fed back into the simulation and used to inform the next phase of the simulation, like it all starts to make a lot more sense.
Well, I was, when I was watching this, and like whether I watch this or Bill Gates or someone else, I have like a visceral reaction because I'm like, oh, these bastards, look what they're doing. There's like this natural thing where you want to project your emotions and your anger and your frustration with the system that's being built. And this person you can channel all that into this figurehead or whatever. And so I'm having to check myself. I'm always critical of those who are like project all their anger about all the things that are wrong on Donald Trump. Yeah, on Donald Trump. Yeah, then I was like, well, wait a minute. I kind of do, maybe not to an extreme, like I'm not like obsessed with it, but whenever I do come across a video of like Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg or someone else, I do kind of have a visceral reaction. I'm like, and I think that's kind of the point. They want us, rather than looking at what I'm really frustrated at is what's being represented here. There's something being represented that's much larger. That's really what I'm opposed to, not necessarily this particular figurehead, because it's like it doesn't really matter. Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, whoever, Elon Musk, whatever. That's not the point.
Well, are you able to go back to the map for a second and just like where Yoshabak?
Yeah. Is this map or a different one?
Yeah, that works. It's all the same, but no, that's not it. That's a different map.
Okay.
It's this one. Yeah. But Yoshabak, like if we can zoom microsci. Yeah. So Yoshabak, I think he's a little bit.
What color is Yosha? Blue. Oh, there he is.
The people are blue. Yeah. Oh.
Is that
okay.
him?
So, yeah. So he's talking about intuition, like tapping into intuition, but also that there's this intuitive pattern recognition, and he was working on synthetic intelligence and organize. Can we make it a little bit smaller so I can see a bit bigger field? We can get rid of the sidebar. We can get rid of him. Can we just click the three dots? Yeah. Okay. So shared resonant universe. So he's imagining the universe as a hologram where our brains are processing shared signals, which is not unlike what Zuckerberg is talking about, right? He's creating a holographic reality through the quest, right? And what we're saying is like, I don't know, is our real reality also a hologram? But they're definitely making this holographic reality through ubiquitous computing. And he's talking about tapping into intuition, things that are happening even at a subconscious level that are happening without us even directly thinking about it. And that part of his micro-sci architecture is, can we move like up a little bit? Can we pull it up a little bit? No, other way.
Oh, well, when you say pull it up, yeah.
Pull Yoshabak up.
Gotcha.
Like move him towards the top. Yeah. Okay. So this micro-sci architecture is embedded in our emotion. Our cognition is embedded in emotion and motivation, and that's what they're interested is manipulating emotion and motivation. And I think they're interested in manipulating that towards pattern recognition and problem solving, and that is happening in a collective. That's why the commenting and the mutualism is so important, and that this varied emotional state is something that they're using computationally. Okay. And it's actually almost like orchestration. And I talked a little bit, I don't know if I've done it yet, but that human weather story, the idea of using collective intelligence and manipulating weather fronts, using semiotics and grammar fields to sense a human weather and to steer it in a certain way. And that's happening through nudging and social physics. And this is what Matthias and his gaming environment is about shaping the human weather, just like we're, geoengineering regular weather, right? We're trying to, what do you call it when you make over a planet with? Terraforming. We're terraforming,
yeah.
We're terraforming social weather. We're terraforming, the play space, the holodeck space with a certain kind of weather for a certain kind of outcome that they're hoping to achieve. And if you imagine this as, they talk about it in the gaming environment as a drama manager, like the AI as a drama manager, or you could imagine it as a musical composition, as the conductor. You've got a drama manager, or you've got a conductor, or you've got a screenwriter, and they've got, this is a nonlinear system, so it's emergent, but you've got a goal that you're after, and you're trying to create the conditions, the environmental conditions, just like Neri Oxman and her silkworms, that will get you to the goal that you want to achieve, which was in her case, build a pavilion. But in this case, it could be solving some other sorts of problem, and you're manipulating people's emotion in a social context to accomplish that. And I think that that's actually what's happening. And so they are enabling this high level, highly sophisticated level. Like, all of social media, all of digital media consumption is a game. It's a team-based game. And like, I feel like, I mean, I'm not saying we're all the way out of the cave, but those of us who started wandering out of the cave and seeing the game for the game that it was, and again, there may be games within games within games within games. So I'm not saying that I know all the games, but I know at least that there are games within games. And there are a lot of people who don't even know there's a game going on. But manipulating consciousness through story and archetype and teaming is vital. And that emotion and the cognitive processing embedded in emotion and culture, that's key. Like, that's my realization for this past couple weeks, is that is key. And that my lived experience of being alienated from all the people who were closest to me, like my family, I think happened as a result of a larger system of emergent problem solving. And
Right.
and in some ways it breaks my heart, because that was the choices I made. I mean, and in fact, I can envision several times people saying, like, you chose this. And I said, I don't know, did I choose it? And they said, you chose this. And I'm almost hearing through that the system saying, you chose. Your decision tree was that. Therefore, these other outcomes.
But what kind of choice is that, really? Because it's like, I always go back to the whole sweatshop thing, because I used to have arguments with people, like more libertarian or conservative people, about, well, at least they have a choice, to work there or not. And yeah, the jobs are shitty, but at least it's something. And I'm like, well, that's not really a choice, because there's no other option. So, like, what kind of choice is this? Like, you either pursue being truthful and honest and the things that you actually care about, and losing your family. It's not, the idea that there's a real choice there is kind of a little misleading, because it's kind of like, it's an artificial thing. I don't know. Like, I don't think that it's a real, I don't think these things are real choices necessarily.
I think we're operating in a template. Like, I think that's the reality. Like, there's a base layer that we're not in control of.
Right.
And then there's things on top.
But it's like a shitty choice. Like,
so anyway, this is just like me, like, these are all of these realizations that are coming to me around things that I knew already about culture, around ed tech, around personalized learning, around social computing, but it's just really becoming crystal clear. And then even I see this about, giving nature an iPhone for agency, which we talked about with Leo. Think about that in the context of what Zuckerberg's saying within this gaming environment, right? So someone's in their living room and they've got a templated living room immersive reality space, and they're entering in through a portal into a game, which again, Stranger Things is based on Department of Energy, and they're in some sort of gaming environment. Who's to say that nature, as embodied as an acre of rainforest in Costa Rica, given a quote unquote iPhone and a digital wallet, doesn't show up on the game board as an epiphyte, or some sort of like plant, rainforest plant, or an ant to show up as a representative of the rainforest acre in its embodiment for the purposes of the gameplay.
yeah.
And that's almost like the ultimate cosplay, right? Like this weird, like, costume LARPy stuff, is that what is reality if, like, we can put masks, inhabit different sorts of things, like, and it's in this hologram, and then what does real even mean anymore? Is there a real? Like, or is none of it real?
Yeah, exactly. I'll do a little bit more of this.
Now, this also means that you're going to be able to take a big virtual screen and just drop it wherever you are, and it'll show up in your physical room. And this is going to unlock a lot of awesome experiences for hanging out with people, watching.
I'll jump ahead a little bit. Gaming.
Now, we're just scratching the surface of what's going to be possible when you can drop virtual objects into your physical space. And next year, we're launching something that we call augments, which are basically persistent, spatially anchored digital objects that you can interact with. So, you can put a frame on your wall with photos and videos from Facebook and Instagram.
Programmed by
You can put a digital
Facebook,
portal
yeah.
next to your physical workout gear, so every time you walk by,
Your Oasis
you
awaits.
jump into a supernatural workout.
Supernatural
So-
workout, but again, that's
There's a lot to do.
paranormal.
All right,
Yeah.
and with mixed
Paranormal.
reality on Quest 3,
Yeah.
the transition is seamless. So if you're in an immersive experience, you can always just double tap on your headset to get back to your physical environment, and you'll see the immersive world that you're in just melts away. You're back in your physical space.
But you're still in the immersive world. Like, that's what they're
Yeah,
not telling
yeah,
you.
yeah,
The
totally.
Web 3 is like you're out of one immersive world into a different kind of immersive world.
Yeah, you're
Like,
not. You're not.
That's what
You're never out of the. You're never out of the.
You're never
Yeah.
out of the game.
Yeah.
All right, I'm really excited to see what all of you do with this. I'm really excited to get this in your hands. This is going to be a game changer and a big capacity.
And
The
this just
sequel
goes
runs
into.
Mace, which is launching today. I'm really excited for this one. After taking the time to optimize
he goes into some of the
popular
games.
version at scale, and
I
it
just
comes
seen
with
if
a
there's
great new
anything else.
precision controller.
Okay. Anyway, that's enough. Yeah, he just goes into some of the games and whatnot. But I thought that might be. Okay. Next. What next?
What next? Okay, can we look at a few of the Niantic
The videos?
article? Like, I don't think I
Articles?
have videos for Niantic. I think I
Okay.
just have some articles like Niantic and the Knight Foundation.
Mhm.
So again, these are, I can put links to these later. But so part of this is that the story that you tell about what you're living is based on your personal experience, right? And so I live in a city that is a smart city prototype that has, again, its own long legacy of archetypal stories, right? The Revolution, Ben Franklin, the City of Brotherly Love, Move. Philadelphia is a city with a lot of larger than life story arcs. I mean, it does have that already in it. And now they're going to augment that history with the immersive reality protocol layer. So the Knight Foundation is from Knight Publishing, which is newspapers. And again, you're talking about imprinting media, so imprinting consciousness. And you go back to Ben Franklin, again, the pioneer of pen, and the founding father and the Mason and all of this stuff. He was a printer. And again, it's imprinting consciousness. And one of the big larger than life sculptures that's opposite the City Hall entrance and the Masonic Temple, like on Municipal Plaza, is this larger than life heroic Ben Franklin at a printing press, printing. And it was donated to the city by the Masons, right? So there always was technology. Like, the broadside was a technology. The technology was to share a version of reality in print media to create a shared collective understanding. Right? Like, you create a broadside, and this is how I understand the world, and I'm sharing it with you, and all of us who read it understand that that's the reality of the world as we understand it. And that's the same today. Like, there are people who understand the world through the lens of the New York Times.
Yeah.
And they don't have a critical take on the New York Times. They just take it for granted that if it's in the New York Times, that's the reality. Same with Fox News. If it's on Fox News, that's the reality. But both of those are curated in different ways. And so now we don't just have print media or media coming out of your television. You're living in your television, right? You're living in immersive reality, whether you're in the holodeck or you're in your city. If you're in the game or just the game, and the augmented city is the gamifying of the city. So I'm living in a city that is being gamified, or maybe has long been gamified and is getting a new round of gamification. And that Niantic created Pokemon Go, right? That was the trial balloon of extended reality and gaming. Again, extended reality in the context of gaming, social gaming, gaming connected to an environment, contextual gaming, and they're melding this with civic participation. And the Knight Foundation, and I will say that, like in the garden that I worked at, it was funded in part by Comcast, which is the cable companies, the cable and the telecom companies, and they wanted to put Internet of Things sensors into the farm, the urban farm that we had, and there was pushback against that because the telecom wanted to, again, connect the environment to this. And so we pushed back on that, and then eventually that went away. But this connection of Niantic to the CAA, to the Knight Foundation, to print media, to civic gaming, to people and the environment are all central. And then you look at the logo, it is an air balloon, again, etheric, floating in the air, and it's got these
it's like a nuclear,
yeah, like it's like an atomic thing going on with Niantic.
Atomic air balloon.
Atomic air balloon, right? Like join our city, our immersive reality. And the early implementations of this were connected to culture, connected to like immersive poetry, things that seem super innocuous. Like, how could you think this was bad? Well, I don't know, why does the CIA and military technology want you listening to immersive reality poems by yourself in the park under social distancing? Like, what is that about? Like, is there something that is tracking your energetic response to this story, this narrative story, and how you're being guided? And to me, this is all serious gaming and civic in its frame. Maybe Jason, you can speak a little bit to like the civic aspect, the civic and democracy. As a good digital citizen, you shall participate.
Yeah, that's my thing. It took me a long time where I, had, real hardcore anarchist friends who were like, voting, forget about that. And I was like, no, well, don't you understand? If we could just get enough people together and blah, blah, blah. And I never did the Democrat Republican thing, but I still kind of had like a basic belief in some sort of civic participation and there's some sort of democratic processes, which I don't have at all anymore, but it's a game. And so it's just like, play the game, like, do this thing that's kind of meaningless in terms of actually changing anything. It's almost, but again, I think the democracy, the purpose of democracy or democratic institutions or participation is all about manufacturing consent. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, with the gaming thing, I guess there's some other layers to it because there's signals and there's a lot of other aspects that will be tacked onto that. But in terms of actually changing policy, I mean, I think it's already even all these games. You're on the base layer already. Yeah, you're already being, whichever route you get, the finish line is already there.
Exactly. So are there a couple others like I don't know if I actually including so there's some discussion of
tabletop role playing. This is a video.
Oh yeah. Well, so this is
pre-K
more related to well, I guess we can talk. So this is it. Yeah. So the Knight Foundation involved in civic engagement with Niantic to bring Pokemon Go to community events. Again, gaming is situated in community, in culture. And I think there was another one about open streets. That either was Niantic. They were partnered with our library. There was, that one. Yeah. So this was a gathering in 2021, and probably, I guess, socially distanced, but they had all these Pokemon Go developers come to Philadelphia. And interest in printing here, the Safari Zone. Okay. So the Safari Zone, this is situated at the zoo. The Philadelphia Zoo is one of the oldest zoos. So like, as I've gotten older, and this is one of the things like I think my family finds frustrating about me, is like I couldn't really get into the zoo anymore.
Yeah,
like I
can't stand zoos.
The idea of going to watch these contained animals like felt bad to me. And actually, interestingly enough, there are a number of these immersive reality gaming things in there. There's also a lot of eugenics stuff in terms of wildlife conservation that's baked into zoos. But Philadelphia is this oldest iconic zoo. It's not far from our house. And then it was like, like it's a specimen under examination in a controlled environment. managed by people. And so
Yeah.
I think that's a really interesting backdrop to this Pokemon Go is the zoo.
Well, I listened to the audio book for 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick's film, but he also commissioned as Isaac Asimov to write a story alongside. Like, I don't know. I think it was by the first time they did that. Like, he wrote the novel while they had the screenplay and the novel being written at the same time, and then they kind of like these two stories. But in the audio book, you know, because the movie's kind of confusing at the end. He's in this weird bed, and there's this thing, and they're like, "What's going on?" It's like really like, and then people have all these, but it's pretty clear in the book. He ended up in a human zoo at the end of the book.
Wow.
That was, and so there was like these aliens had put him, or this other life form, or whatever it is. You know, it's not really clear. But this other intelligent life had put him, and they'd recreated that room that he's in was like a recreation of like the things that they'd gathered from him in terms of what they think it should look like. But it was that's the end of it. He's in a human zoo. So anyway.
Well, that reminds me, like I used a very old blog post I wrote, the Twilight Zone episode where the aliens come and they have a book, and
to serve man
portray themselves as benevolent, and the woman who is like the translator, and she's trying to figure out the book, and it says to serve man, and they're like, oh great, like you're here to like help us, awesome. And like her significant other is getting ready to get on the flying saucer, and she runs out onto the tarmac. It's like, wait, to serve man, it's a cookbook, you know. And I was framing this like connected to impact investing, because I'm like, hey, they're saying they're here to serve you, but actually it's not what you're misunderstanding what the verb is.
Who are they serving? They're serving you up to someone or something.
They're serving you up as the substance of the dinner, not to help. Like, you're not the diner, you're the dinner. And so that's and again, Pokemon Go, what are they doing? They're capturing things. And what are they capturing? Hybrids, which is really interesting if you think about Michael Levin and Ari Oxman saying like, oh, we're going to create, like, with our biomolecular reactors, like, just get ready for a world full of chimeras. That's what Pokemon Go is, right? Like, we're just going to make up shit. Like, some of them are going to be Unreal Engine digital, and some of them might be wandering around, but we're just going to use our matter compilers and just use our equation, our language of cellular biochemical computation, just make crap up. Well, and this Pokemon Go, like, manufacturing consent for that.
If I can get one of these Pikachu hats, where is it? If I can get one of these Pikachu hats, I'm totally down. Like, that's, you know.
That's enough.
Yeah, those hats are pretty dope, you know.
Wow. Okay. Is there one with open streets, I think, or the libraries? Are there any other? Yeah. So here, Philly Free Streets. Now, this is interesting. So this is a municipal program. This is 2017. And again, they're removing cars and then opening for free play. Now, again, you know, I live near the downtown. Like, I have nice transit connections. You know, having a world that we didn't have to use a car all the time, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I haven't ridden my bike a lot lately, but I used to ride my bike. Like, Philly is a nice bikeable city. They're trying, like, but clearly this is also part of the Agenda 2030 thing, is that we don't want you to have your independence of a car. We want you either on a smart swarm intelligence vehicle type of thing. But I can see this looking back, that these free streets, which just seem like a fun festival environment, right? What happens if we take all the cars away? And look, we reclaim the streets for what? The commons, right? Here's the streets for the commons. And we have this emergent behavior was like, what happens if we take the cars away and like put these pop-ups? And again, the whole pop-up cultural events are related to complexity, in my opinion. They're test beds, they're sandboxes for emergent behavior, but it's being connected to Pokemon Go, which is the CIA.
Well, with COVID too, you saw like restaurants reclaiming the streets with the outdoor seating too. That's another thing I just thought of. Anyways, yeah. And I was.
And then there's.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I was actually in Denver. I was kind of supportive of having certain areas where, like, I was like, let's rip up the street. you know, and let's build like let's have a, like Colfax is like a major street in Colorado, like in Denver. They say it's the longest street in America, but I guess that's contested. But it used to have a tram going up and down, and I thought, oh, how beautiful would that be if this were all like, if we put trees in and we had a tram and just turn this one, not everywhere, but turn this one street into, you know, like without cars, and have it be a walkable, bikeable. As you know, so like I'm sympathetic to a lot of those ideas, but you know, I think the idea of like taking away people's ability to operate or even like, you know, move around outside of these smart whatever, these smart cars and smart transport is not something I support.
I'm going to read this one paragraph. It says, so the second Philly Free Streets stated for October 28th, and this is 2017, will include a tour of Pokemon stops in Pokemon Go between El Centro de Oro, and that's interesting. So that's the center of gold. And gold is the whole alchemy in the North Philadelphia neighborhood of Fairhill in Philadelphia's historic district. So Fairhill is a low-income neighborhood that's Latino. It's a center. It's like the Golden Mile. And so I think that that's symbolically very significant. And this would be a community that's being targeted for impact investing. In fact, one of the local schools, I protested there because these immersive reality impact investors were coming on a trip junket sponsored by Comcast around the same time. It says the initiative aims to encourage people to explore the city's diverse neighborhoods using the innovative augmented reality experience of the popular real-world game based on the iconic Pokemon brand. Philly Free Street participants who visit Pokemon stops will qualify to win a Pokemon Go poster based on original loading screen artwork while supplies last. So again, you've got diversity, right? They're after culture. That is a cultural center. It's not an affluent cultural center, but it is a vibrant center of the Latino community. So to know that the CIA cutout is going to that community, framing their children as impact investments to steer them into some sort of like immersive reality thing. And I will say it's interesting because the school, and I'm trying to remember the name, there were two teachers that I knew taught there, is actually like butts up to a cemetery, which in all of this immersive reality, like it's weird to build a school right next to a large cemetery. So that's an interesting juxtaposition, but I was there. I was physically there in the game as the impact investors were coming off the Comcast sponsored junket bus saying, like, contesting what was happening. Like, it's just me. And it was like, and this one other, I think, woman who is an assistant at the school, and it was sleeting and I'm outside and I can picture, like, I'm like, was this part of my journey? Is this part of my quest? Is that Alison goes to Fairhill and encounters the Kansas City impact investors. And then after that is where I connected with Sherry Honkala. Like, because this is Sherry is operating in this space too. Right. And so to see all of these intersecting layers and to say, we're going to capitalize on this precarious, culturally rich space and plug it into the problem solving network. And plug you into the corporate branded thing that you participate, and then you become an agent in our corporate branding program in the name of freedom, quote unquote, free streets. But a street is a cybernetic. And again, think about that in terms of emergence. You're on a street. You didn't build the street. The street starts somewhere and goes somewhere. But within the context of certain parts of the street, you have choice.
Well,
that's very powerful.
Did you read this other line? In addition, Philly Free Streets will offer a paper passport program option, ensuring that the fun is accessible to everyone, even those without cell phones or the mobile game. So again, that goes back to like, okay, you don't need we're going to have options for everyone, even if you don't have money to buy the headsets, even if you don't have the phone on your game, like, you know, there's other ways that you can access it, or we can access you, is more like it. Anyway.
Well, and I will say too, at the end, it talks about it interviews this guy, Patrick Morgan, who is the program director in Philadelphia. And so I actually had a conversation with Patrick Morgan. I was at another protest. Again, this is when I'm still showing up and protesting things. And it was about a renovation of the Christopher Columbus playground in South Philadelphia. And there was a group that was more indigenous led, and they were contesting, trying to bring attention to Christopher Columbus. And again, there were issues again, because this is in South Philly, so it's Italian American, and, back and forth, this dynamic of the playground that's named after Columbus. And so most of the people around me were working at that level, and the Knight Foundation people were there. Patrick Morgan was there. And afterwards, I was understanding the Heckman equation and early literacy, and that they were setting up smart playgrounds with interactive devices to, quote unquote, do things to collect data on children and families towards impact markets. And I went up to Patrick Morgan myself, and I spoke with him about Heckman, which he knew about, and he was surprised that I knew about it, and about the idea of a smart playground and collecting data on low-income neighborhoods. Now, that's not necessarily, I don't know that renovation, I don't think that renovation was incorporating smart playground technology, but clearly that was the arc where things are going, is that you disinvest in poor neighborhoods, and then you come in and then you provide a playground. But again, the playground becomes the game board. The playground with smart sensing technology uses the children and the children's imaginations as an interface for problem solving in a non-traditional, it's like, Lincoln Cannon. Maybe what you don't see in this picture, you don't understand it as technology, right? Maybe you don't understand that an immersive smart playground experience full of low-income children in stressed out environments are technology. But guess what? They're great problem solvers. In our humans as ant computer, these playgrounds are problem solving devices. And that's shocking to think that might be out there, and it could be wrong, but if you look at all of the threads, that's where it seems to be going, is using children as an interface for problem solving. So in the libraries, so sad. I mean, this is, I loved going to the library as a kid. I was a kid who, I loved reading. Now, I do understand that books are also pre-programming. They're just another kind of media, right? There's digital media, and that probably goes to your neural pathways a different way than print media. But these stories that they imprint on your consciousness to shape who you're going to be. And what I always thought of, like, the librarians as the renegades, the people who were like for free thinking and, no against book banning and against, saviors of democracy and all of that. But what I actually came to realize that that's not at all what it was. And that technology was usurping books in the library, and that libraries were becoming center hubs for social service deployment, for impact investing, and that, like, libraries were turning into maker spaces and cooking kitchens, and not about books anymore. And it was a deployment of MacArthur in the city of LRNG and the digital badging, that the libraries were setting up all of these things that I knew were bad. Now, I'm not saying that all the librarians are bad, but they weren't the free thinkers I thought they were, who would be willing to engage in the material reality and contest and enter into the conversation. They couldn't. Well, and one of these things, like one of these libraries, I think maybe it wasn't the Blackwell Library. It was a different library. They actually put a climbing wall in the library. Oh, and this was like a neighborhood.
No, we have here in Denver, we have I think there's more than one, but there's one that I can think of on Colfax that has a big climbing wall.
And with the climbing wall was letters. Like, you were supposed to hold on to the letters with a handhold. Really? And that was like a literacy. That was like a literacy game. And I'm like, but that's not what you do in a library. Like, if you want to go to the climbing wall, go to the climbing wall, but that's not what you do in the library. Like, that didn't make sense. And it was a neighborhood, so it wasn't even a big library. Like, it would be disruptive if you're trying to read a book and then there's a 7-year-old boy trying to climb the climbing wall of letters. Like, that's weird. Like, that there are things that, like, again, I've seen in my lived experience, and I'm like, I can't explain why that happened, except that there is this shift taking place in the physical world and in our psychic world that's moving us in this direction. Mm-hmm. And and eventually you'll go to the quote unquote library in your smart house and your haptics headset. You won't actually go to the physical library anymore, because they'll all be defunded. So I will also say that I can't remember if they might have started out in Akron, Ohio, because everything is in Ohio. but they have a strong presence in Miami. So I think this is the page for Philadelphia. I don't know if can you do a search for Knight Foundation Miami? I think Patrick Morgan has left. I think he got upset with me asking him about the Heckman equation at the Christopher Colombo playground. But they're very big in Miami, which, as we understand, Miami is this blockchain Web3 space, and also very prominent in the contemporary art scene. It's not Art Basel Miami. So there's this interface, and it's the portal to Latin America, which they're interested in colonizing all of Latin America with their nonsense. So they're funding a lot of things in Miami. I don't know. Can you scroll down? What does it say?
All the programs.
Since 2012, they've invested in $62 million to nurture Miami's tech and entrepreneurship ecosystem, growing the talent base. And they're working on the Knight Foundation School of Computing and Information Science at Florida International and Miami-Dade College and Code Path. And so a lot of these social impact finances are, again, getting opportunity youth and low-income people into jobs that will be connected to building out the metaverse. But also there's a lot of impact deals in natural capital around the coral reefs in Miami. And I see they're also interested in the Miami Waterkeeper and Everglades and climate. So there's this interface with sustainability and the natural capital and the human capital that overlap with Knight there in Miami. So I would just say the civic gaming and the civic commons, again, the commons are the game board. And it's so hard because, again, as someone who leaned more progressive, anarchist, indigenous anarchy, whatever, they're fine with that, because indigenous anarchy, if you can put it in a bubble and bottle it and then use it, like throw it out into the holodeck when you need it, when you need a dose of that, is fine in emergence, as long as they can keep it contained and keep you in your zoo module, for tapping into. But the civic commons, the civics, to me, is the futarchy and the translation of democracy and civic participation linked to AI and Lincoln token exchange. And almost, if you want to play off of that idea of cello and tokens as being the new universal language of code and storytelling, you could imagine that futarchy and these like making bets on public policy is a problem-solving space, right, Jason? Like that's a computing space. Like, so you could be participating in the distributed minds computation system by voting with your tokens, which are storytelling vehicles in the holodeck.
That's what people in this space always talking about Moloch, and with Moloch was like the god of coordination, and it was like it's something to do with coordination failure. Like the only problem is we're not coordinating well enough with each other. That's really the core of our that's the story that we're told by those in this community, or anyway. So that's the coordination has a huge piece of that.
Well, and that kind of connects with Yosha Bach and resonance. And I think that we're back to Feynman again, and nanotechnology and graphene. And I would say, it was pointed out to me that graphene is central in water. They're using it in water purification, but graphene is also a conductive material and an optical material, and melanin, and these actual and synthetic nanoparticles. And so I think in the coordination aspect, there is something of social entrainment. There is bringing us together in resonance. That's like Ben Goertzel talking about the oscillators and the pendulums, lifting it up off the tabletop so that the oscillators are not like operating in their own independent trajectories. But if you put it on a mobile system, they sync up. Mm-hmm. And so I think that maybe this game board of Web3 is the lifting up of us as independent, grounded humans, individuated humans, into a collective commons that's on a mobile sliding space that can work with logic circuits to entrain us in a stigmergic swarm intelligence. I think that is part of this biohybrid problem solving, is that but we can't do it in the physical world. We can only do it in Quest 3. And by walking into Quest 3, we get lifted off of the grounding of nature into the virtualization that will allow us to be entrained.
Did I send you that video of it was like several metronomes, and then they put it on a board, and then they put that board on top of a bunch of soda cans. And so at first, but like within a short time, they were all at different things, but they were sitting on this thing that rolls back and forth, and then like in a pretty short amount of time, they were all synced up. They all synced up.
Yeah, maybe we can slip that in. Like,
I'll slip that. It was a great visual.
I have that. Yeah, I have at least one or two of those, and Gertzel talks about that. Like they know, and so I think that when we're talking about issues of like EMF, radiation, frequency pollution, like nanotechnology, that yes, there are health impacts of that. They're significant, even like the radiation hormesis. There are health impacts. They don't really care about breaking things, or they're actually fine with creating chronic illness because then we have more wearables and more justification for social prescribing and things to address our brittle diabetes that they're creating with all of this pollution. But the thing is I think that this is actually about stigmergy. That the nanotech and the resonant frequency are about coordinating social groups and maybe even coordinating groups across interspecies groups into the problem solving space. So yeah, it's a lot to think about. Yeah, but Internet of Things. So you can see like Knight is funding IoT in Philadelphia, and not just Philly. This was 2017. So Akron, I think they're based in Akron, Boston, Center for this, Detroit, the Fordism, Miami, Philly, and San Jose. So he is the founder of the National Laboratory for Education Transformation that I researched years and years ago. And and this was when I was really new at putting in data, and it just felt painful to enter all of this. And if you click on any one of these things, like the Learner Identity Center, the Collaborative Research Center for Agent-Based Simulation Environments, of schools, the Center for Learning Architecture. Like, I didn't understand what that was. I didn't understand that this was the world sensorium tied to militarized simulation technologies developed in the Cold War, and that the learning architecture was like using society as a giant neural net. But that is exactly what this was. And so he was based out of, is that all that's on Gordon Friedman? So
That's
click on National Laboratory for Education Transformation. Click on that link, NLET. So NLET, you can see leadership and staff, like there's 4 different people. It goes to UNESCO, it leads back to Los Alamos, it leads back to Austin and supercomputing centers. And, I'm just a parent, and I'm like, wait a minute, like they're using test scores to close the schools and it's not right. And that's me in the bottom nested problem space, right? I'm like, wait a minute, there's a thing that happened to me in my life and I can see there's a moral issue. And what is it? And as I pulled the thread, it's almost like climbing up through the nested intersecting spaces. But there's all of these relationships that are connected, and Center for Data Optics and College Sky, again, Etheric, so many different people connected to the future of gaming in the education space. But it was based out of the University of California, Santa Cruz, I think. Can you see that anywhere? Can you scroll up? Is UC Santa Cruz? Because it's an interesting intersection, because a lot of what's coming with blockchain credentialing and agent-based modeling in education came out of this project. And it really is only just now that I'm realizing that it is about peer-to-peer problem solving. So if we can scroll up, so the child organization, so the social emotional technology lab, right? Because cognition is based in emotion. The Hausler Lab for Genomics Research. Again, that's David Hausler, so the gene engineering. There are connections to the Human Genome Project there. And NLET was one of the key people for NLET is based out of there. Smarter Balance, New Teacher Center, yes. So, they had an agreement, memorandum of agreement. Can you click on the MOU underneath there, the highlight, the National Laboratory for Education Transformation? The MOU, I'm not sure. So anyway, I guess they just had a memorandum of understanding. Yeah, so click on the source link. Will that open? Okay, yeah, so this is it. Like, and I saved this for, maybe I didn't actually, I should save this. So this is their slide share. Great. Save it for later in case it disappears after we get this up. But these are all of these memorandums of understanding, the who, the mission for transforming education. And what I didn't understand was that transforming education meant turning the quote unquote learner into a computational agent for collective computation. And it was at the intersection of all of these: academia, corporations, government, and the research parties. So can you just scroll through the second? So like the who's, and just put yourself in my shoes, right? I'm a parent. I'm trying to realize about the problems with education technology. I'm realizing that it's military technology and it's tied to planned futures of work where kids aren't going to have choices, and there's going to be these digital identities and digital game architectures. And this project has got links to Santa Cruz, Los Alamos, the UT Austin Supercomputing Center, the Center for Learning Architecture in Silicon Valley that is based out of like the NASA Ames Institute. It's being funded by the National Science Foundation and the Gates Foundation. And I'm just unpacking all of it, but I don't know what it is. And I still may not know entirely what it is, but I know that it's definitely not about just the future of work or just about education privatization or just about the military. As far as I know right now, it's about gamifying children's lived imaginary experience in a collective environment with virtual agents that will lead to some sort of problem solving. And it's happening at the highest levels. And the most vulnerable children in particular, the children who are subjected to education privatization and impact finance, are the ones that are on the front lines. And nobody's talking about that. And this involves the marginalization of these children as problems that are because of their trauma, that are threat risk assessments that are being pathologized in their mental states, being pathologized for their cognitive states, and all of that is going to be used to leverage these webs, apps, big data, identity, social media, data mining into all of this. Look, there it is: education, training, social services, justice, health, police, and workforce. All of those systems are being linked to markets, being linked to digital predictive profiling systems, and the underlying game mechanics are to leverage their collective unconscious towards this unknown computational system.
Well, it says NLET's goal is for all to drive the learning and training worlds so that we enable individuals how we engage. Sorry, let me just start over. NLET's goal is for all to drive the learning and training worlds so that how we enable individuals is informed by common data. So
Tron. We're living in Tron. The common data is the holographic reality. I mean, that's the thing, is they're creating this thing that but we're not going to have access to all of the signals. Because as Jeremy says, it's the right information, right person, right time. You don't actually, and that's our problem. That's why our minds are not appropriate for this thing, is that we're accessing too much information at once. Like, we're looking across divisions, across interdisciplinary ways, across time levels. And again, without assigning blame, like once you can stop with assigning blame, you can actually look much farther. And then what we're asking for is to have a conversation about ethics and implications. And that makes us dangerous. And there you've got UCSC, and that's where this guy, Michael Mateus, is based there. And he is based in immersive gaming, dynamic immersive gaming linked to artificial intelligence agents and natural language processing. So it's about so much more. Like, again, the last time we talked about this, it was in the context of Derek and Latin America and crypto gaming and poor children. And I was pissed about the military, and I was pissed about using these kids for financial commodities. And I was pissed about crypto gaming, and I thought that the crypto gaming was about something computational, but I didn't have this level. And this is it, Jason. Like, we just keep getting clearer. And it's in the construct of a smart city. I don't know if you have LRNG. That's why Dallas, Philly, they're investing in quote unquote public spaces, because the public spaces are the game board, digital on-ramps or the portal through soulbound tokens as human capital into the game. That we were a test bed. The test bed of smart cities was IBM investing in human capital in the city of LRNG project. And that was the city as your classroom. And that's the city as your game board.
What's LRNG stand for again?
I think it's learning. Essentially,
okay.
It's a shorthand version of learning.
Gotcha.
Right? But it's digital badges, it's games, it's quests in a smart environment. Now that's gone into the background. It was MacArthur Foundation and it changed into Collective Shift. It was tied to our mayor, Michael Nutter, whose wife, Lisa, was an impact investor. And Nutter went on to work closely with Bloomberg to install What Works Government throughout the country and globally. And What Works Government is cybernetics outcomes-based computing. Like, I didn't understand up until recently that the cybernetics of What Works Government and public policy optimization is about solving for collective problems. And that's social computation. But Lisa Nutter was at the center of it. IBM was at the center of it, smart cities. And so I would just emphasize, if you're limiting your analysis to smart cities to Agenda 2030, they want to make you do behaviors. They want to make you miserable. And even if you get to the point that I was in March of 2020, they want to bet on your behaviors and make money. That's not it. I mean, that's some of it, but
that's part of it. That's part of it.
The next level is a cognitive city, is that they are using our collective cognition towards something, and we haven't given consent. And maybe there would be a lot of people who would give their consent if they were informed and there was a compelling reason.
Right.
But, like, the polls are going to shift and, 95% of the people are going to die and we have to move our brains into blockchain mind files and go off planet or some craziness. Like, I don't know what they would tell you. People might do it, but we're not having that conversation.
You don't even have a choice, because once this is covering the whole globe. Like right now, you're like, where can you're trying to find a place where you can just live out the rest of your life, where you can, in some peace and joy. Where in the future, where are you going to be? Opt out is not even an option.
I know. That's the thing. Like, my whole framework was opting out of standardized testing. Like, this is my life story as the agent in the game. My life story, my, path probably started with, I went to the meeting where they were going to give school report cards funded by the Dell Foundation. And I was pissed, and I got a bunch of people to go, and we said no. And that was the beginning of my quest. Was what happens next? Does Alison continue that step? Does she do the next step? Does she keep leveling up? Does she expand her view from education to poverty? Does she apply her poverty knowledge to housing issues? Does she end up being outside the housing authority and being pushed down and thrown to the ground by the housing authority officer, put there by Bloomberg, and go to jail for a night? Does she reflect on that? And can she talk about impact finance in diversionary pathways, pathway programs? And it just keeps going. And then what happens if then lockdown happens? Does she pretend she doesn't know these things, or does she keep going? And so I'm here. So maybe the here is, the Arkansas Atlas arrived, Road Atlas. So maybe that's the next choice architecture. I go to Seattle. Nope, not Seattle. Okay, I stay. No, don't stay. Okay, maybe Arkansas. I don't know. Is third time a charm? I don't know. But I do feel viscerally in my body that, and again, I want to choose to feel like I have some agency in the decisions I'm making, but man, there's a lot of stuff being thrown at me all at once. And I wonder, is this in this system? Is this in this Quest gaming simulation? I don't know.
Maybe they steered you to Arkansas. They want you in Arkansas.
I don't, and again, I'm not trying to make this all about me as an individual. I'm saying it could happen to anybody. In the world of targeted individuals, there are tens of thousands of people who are also experiencing things that they can't explain, that aren't right, that they're navigating. So I don't mean to say that I'm special somehow, that I'm the hero, but like, we're all being put in a position of making choices, and then eventually that's going to go on blockchain, and the next choice we make is there's going to be no erase button. It's all going to be based on what you did before. And there's no start over.
Yeah. Well, I remember Lincoln Cannon was like, when we were talking with him at the Mormon Transhumanist Conference a couple of years ago, he said something like that. He's like, well, we don't want anybody to have to do this, if they don't want to. Like, he even said something. He alluded to the fact that we support people's. Yeah, but I was like, no, that's ridiculous. You're not. There's not an option to not be a part of the game. What are you talking about? Like, it's ridiculous.
Exactly. Well, can we just look at a couple of like the fish factor game things, or the Heckman equation? Like, is there the picture of the Heckman equation thing?
Yeah.
So again, some of this is this chance to revisit things that I about physics and the Heckman, maybe fish factor, something like that.
1 second. Too big.
Is like thinking of things I saw before in a new way. Like, oh, that's what was going on. Oh, I get it. Okay, so this is based on a social emotional learning conference at the University of Chicago. And remember, in the Manhattan Project, it was the Chicago Met Lab that was the center of a lot of that early radiation work, right? Now they're doing economics, and we know that econophysics is informing biophysics and social physics. You've got Jim Heckman. He's not in this photo. He's just off to the side to the left. And there are people there that are presenting from PBS Kids. They're contractors on a government contract around children gaming. PBS Kids and the gaming environments for children ages 2 to 8. And the guy in the glasses who's standing up, he's with UCLA Crest, which is again learning, but also it overlaps with the military. And UCLA is the center of a lot of immersive reality gaming stuff too. And they're trying to get kids to figure out how to get parents to have their little kids to use these apps to teach them things. And I wrote a blog post because I actually transcribed this, because this is still sitting on the University of Chicago website, where Heckman says, the guy's like, we really want the parents to get the kids to use the apps, but they're not making time for it. And we don't know what to do. And we're really frustrated because we've got this government grant. We need the data. And Heckman literally says, well, you're acting as if parents are know what they're doing, but they don't really know what they're doing. And so you should just turn it into a game for the parents, like a Build a Kid game, but have good incentives for the parents, like pornography. Now, the kids being targeted.
And he was serious, kids, like when he said that.
No, he said it out loud. I mean, it's still like I have the whole transcription. And like, this is in these oak paneled rooms. Like, this is the story we're led to believe, that if you're so good and smart and hard worker that you get to get in the Ivy League school and get in the oak paneled room, you're a good person. And then you realize you're like me, like I feel like I'm trying to come from a place of morality, and you see this and you're like, well, that's an immoral place. If literally the guy who's hosting the event is saying, let's manipulate poor people with pornography so that we can access their children to get access to their children's minds. Like, that's really, really messed up. And it's, to me, it breaks my heart that my family wants for me to not know this or not speak about it because it's uncomfortable. But it is profoundly uncomfortable. And yet I don't see a choice that we have, given everything that's underway, to not talk about it. Who's going to invite their kids into the Roblox program? If I know this, I have to say something about it. Like, I have to, actually. Like, this is not okay. None of this is okay. And I don't think most of the people in the room kind of rolled their eyes and like, but he's the guy, he's the man large and in charge. So they're like, well, okay, and then let's change the subject. But what they were trying to teach these children were physics lessons. And I don't know if you have another image there. So this is there's an EEG pilot. So they're getting data. So this is gaming. This is collective gaming through PBS with PAL, personalized learning, military technology.
There was one. Okay.
Fish Force, you see WGBH, CAST, which is Universal Design for Learning, UCLA Crest, and Cadaptive, which is adaptive learning. This is personalized learning, which will be your AI learning coach for lifelong learning. And then Fish Force is the name of the game. And so you're supposed to hurl, like, it's based on a cartoon character. So they're using branded cartoons, which is the archetype. They're getting kids into a story about a dog that has his plush stuffed animal, which is something they know little kids care about. And it's lost on the ice, and they're trying to throw fish at it for some reason. And it's supposed to be about physics and learning about force and direction of throwing fish on ice. I didn't understand why in the world you would try to teach a 3-year-old in Head Start physics. It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, the kids who are 3 don't even have their own sense of self-constructed identity yet. Why are you teaching them physics?
Well, they're training them, to interact with the digital, objects, I think.
But I think there's actually something in the child that's in a new intuitive state that if they can tap into their subconscious abilities, and again, they acknowledge the psychic aspect of this. These people, they know that there is something happening energetically in the psyche that they want to get. And the children are the closest. And actually, the children and the elderly are the closest. And you see what they're being targeted for impact investing is the children and the elderly, because they're in liminal states between energetic, they're not fully domesticated yet. Or they're leaving domestication. I saw that in my father with Alzheimer's. They're leaving the domesticated world and they're still in between imaginary worlds and what they imagine as the real world. And so I think they're trying to come up with interfaces. Now, I'm not saying this guy from PBS, he's affiliated with Carnegie Mellon, knows that. But I think something in the system knows that there's something special in children and the elderly in their consciousness that they need for this computing system. And so to me, and again, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but it doesn't make sense normally that you would teach children with a personalized learning how to play a fish sliding game unless there was something you were getting out of it that you couldn't get some other way. And that a lot of government money, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars are going into that. Why?
Yeah.
So this is my new lens, that this is social computation linked to childhood imaginary consciousness. So this is from KnowledgeWorks, again, out of Ohio. Ohio is a center for a lot of Manhattan Project related work, both with Battelle and of course Rockefeller is up in Cleveland and with Dayton and DuPont. And so in Cincinnati is where Strive Together and KnowledgeWorks are based. And that's the human capital pipeline. If you think of the human capital pipeline, not just as managing children for human capital finance projects, but as managing them as computational assets in collective social computation. You need to have them assigned a digital identity, and you need a permanent record of what they've learned and how they can fit into the teaming. And then this iLearn is from a recent paper from KnowledgeWorks where they're talking about your personalized learning coach. And that, I'm just going to read this out loud because I think this is important. They call this iLearn, a wayfinding life coach and companion. Now think about this is framed for children as learning, lifelong learning, but this could just as easily be reframed as a personal health and wellness coach or a personal AI mental health assistant, right? Or a personalized, reskilling, career changing agent, all right? This thing that they could be linked to an unreal human in your holographic space, your Jane from the Enderverse, is iLearn. Okay, a digital personalized wayfinding life coaching companion powered by machine learning. Now this is you in the game. Its primary user is known as its PAL. Now PAL stands for personalized assisted learning. But the AI isn't the PAL to the child. The child is the PAL to the AI because the child is subservient to the AI because the child is a tool of the AI system. Mm-hmm. iLearn helps PALs learn how to learn by cultivating curiosity and information processing habits. The AI is training the child to be the tool for problem solving. It also helps PALs develop confidence and agency around these skills and habits, which are building blocks to helping people connect with their creative natures and prioritizing human potential. And again, this goes back to the human potential movement and Maslow. This is about unleashing what is within a human that the machine system cannot access otherwise. The children are a biological prosthetic for the emergent machine system. PALs, the children, can select their iLearn physical form to accommodate different developmental stages, needs, and lifestyles. For example, iLearn can start as a plush toy for a toddler. So we see these already. They've already developed these AI plushies. Let's see. Then it can be inserted into a compatible bracelet during the preschool years. Now, I would say that these tags were rolled out during lockdowns for preschools. They were talking about this at some high-level preschools. It can take the form of a watch, earrings, or glasses for teenagers and young adults. This shape-shifting ability allows iLearn to stay by its pal's side and nurture lifelong learning skills. Now, that's cybernetics. That is shaping the child within an environmental template that is suited to the overall collective problem-solving space, in my opinion. I don't think they're going to have unlimited choice. But this doesn't have to do with socialism or communism or planned economies. This has to do with computation. As iLearn spends more and more time with its time paired with its pal, so they create this dyad, it understands better and adapts to its pal's unique cultural and accessibility needs, thought processes, life changes, and emotional, mental, and physical well-being preferences. So that's the life coaches, and I think that speaks to diversity and the use of diversity in the computation. And that's not only cultural diversity, but also neurodiversity. Very important. And I think that's important to consider within the context of vaccine injury and spectrum.
Did you notice the cookbook in the image?
Oh my gosh.
Speaking of, to serve children.
Right, to serve children. Oh, wow.
I just had to point that out.
No, it is. It's and then let's see, when it's and again, mental and physical well-being. So that's the life coach part, and managing that will be impact markets and cybernetics. When its pal asks a question, iLearn won't just provide an answer. Instead, it will support and nudge its pal until they find a satisfactory, evidence-based answer together. So that's Ober, right? That's Jeremy Pitt. That's the right knowledge, the right time, the right person. They will be given a story. They will be guided into a story that is appropriate for its station within the superorganism so that it doesn't become a cancer on the emergent superorganism. Like, it will be guided to stay. There will be guide rails of what you can know and what you can't know. And that's it. Like, to me, that's really what we've got going on. And so, do you have the image of the stealth assessment in video games?
Probably.
So the MacArthur Foundation was a key funder in a lot of the ed tech that I was looking at in gaming. They were looking at digital media and learning. So this is a paper that's quite old now, at least 5 or 6 years old, but they were talking about stealth assessment in video games. So living with as a pal, an appendage to the AI, you're being assessed and guided. And your education in learning is through the device, through the portal, which is the Chromebook, which is the tablet. That's why we have to have that. The tablet is your teacher, the VR glasses. The gaming environment guides the children into their appropriate context in the problem-solving space. And do you have in Little Sis a link to the PAL Ubiquitous Learning Collab? Maybe we can open Little Sis and just show that. Or Thrivecast, can we open Little Sis and type in Thrivecast?
Yeah, this isn't a link you already sent me though.
I think I did send it, but it might be hard to find.
Yeah, I have a lot of links up here.
I know you do. I know it's hard to navigate all because I send so many.
Yeah, it's all right. I can find it. I just trying to see what the logo is.
So I think I have PAL, Ubiquitous Learning Collab, and the Thrivecast Games and Impact. And I would say too that MacArthur, in addition to digital media and learning, they were also, their money is insurance. So this is Thrivecast. This is Michael Crow's billion-person university self-improvement game. These are some of the things I want to touch up, but not quite it. There is a Little Sis one. It should have the Little Sis icon. Yeah, MacArthur Foundation. MacArthur Foundation was very big into Second Life, which again is the game agent-based modeling. It'll be a Little Sis icon.
I'm trying to remember what the Little Sis icon looks like.
It's red and blue. It's red and blue.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah. So the MacArthur Foundation, they were also linked to the What Works government and NYU. And can you scroll down a little bit on MacArthur? Like MacArthur was central in setting up digital games, but also safety and justice. That's cybernetics, impact finance, digital media and learning, working with Pew, and impact investing and living cities. Again, the living city, the resilient city is the computational space, working very closely with impact investing, working with smart cities and doing this stealth assessment in games. And the self-assessment, I think, is guiding the computational program of the social simulation. Can we just type in Thrivecast in the search bar? Oh, so there, yeah, so Thrivecast is there. This is the lifelong learning platform at ASU, Arizona State University, set up by Michael Crow.
Oh, Maricopa County Juvenile Justice.
Right, so they're getting at-risk youth because those are vulnerable communities that are targeted for experimentation, and they're gonna improve themselves. And this is gonna be your iLearn wellness coach. Again, tied to impact markets, but for immersive reality computing systems. And so I think it's really important to know that ASU, GSV, Global Silicon Valley, the longstanding ed tech impact gathering is always hosted in San Diego. And San Diego is a center for naval intelligence, right? Which is the frequency, the radar stuff, and is a center for University of California, San Diego, and San Diego State, which is where Werner Vinge is from, immersive reality. Qualcomm, based there in San Diego, is a center for nanotechnology. So if all of the things on the game board is the frequency, the nanotech, the game mechanics, the immersive reality, and that is the game board of computation. And then Thrivecast, again, it's being framed as flourishing, thriving. We're going to steer you into your best self. We're going to steer you into human potential. We're going to steer you using transpersonal psychology, Jungian archetypes, so you don't mind playing the game. When you play the game, it makes you feel like you're in control, like you're your best self in that game. But ultimately, being your best self in that game is adding to something that you may not understand. That's happening behind at a computational layer that you do not have access to as you play the Thrivecast game. And then the PAL, the last one is the PAL Ubiquitous Learning, which was set up by the Navy. So William Swartout, he was involved, the principal investigator, and he was at the University of Southern California Institute for Creative Technologies. That's the immersive gaming. It was funded by the Office of Naval Research. Arizona State was a collaborator. It was tied to intelligence systems. It was tied to workforce. This is part of digital badging. This is part of human capital management. This is part of education finance. This is part of the billion-person university. This is where Michael Crow says humans, the incoming freshmen are not humans anymore. They're human plus. They're Homo sapiens sapien.net. They're a different thing. And they're being managed as a different thing for a purpose. And they're being managed by the Navy. And I will just share a little bit, like my child attended a summer camp program outside of Asheville for a number of years. And they had an immersive experiential learning program that they were involved with that I thought was a wonderful antidote to this hothouse educational public school, magnet school environment that they were in. And it was immersive. It was immersive, but at the time I didn't understand about nanotech and ubiquitous spatial computing and like how quickly this was going to scale. And the head of school at the time, he had only just come there. He was actually, his name was Roger Herbert, and he was a head of Navy SEAL training, right? Which seemed like very incongruous because this school was known as very crunchy. Like I would say, like when you dropped off your kids at summer camp, it was all full of like Subarus with Obama stickers. Like it was very low tech. It was no tech. You had no tech. This program had no tech at all. And Roger had come out, he had left the Navy. He had done Knowles Outdoor Leadership Academy. His wife had retired. She was a head of naval cybersecurity, Gretchen Herbert. And Roger was interested in training people to be courageous. And his specialty was Aristotle and Aristotelian ethics. And now I understand how Aristotle and drama and poetics is embedded into the gaming system, into the game engine. And he was based out of San Diego, where, again, Rainbow's End, Werner Vinge, this immersive reality gaming environment, right? And it breaks my heart because I didn't understand that. Like, that feels like part of my discontinuation, a choice that we made as a family, that we didn't have full information about what that was. And he only stayed there briefly. And I feel like that these schools that are immersive reality learning schools are test beds for behavioral examination research on these children, because Roger was bringing in stuff from Duckworth and Seligman and Grit. And I said, no, this is not good. This is not right. I know what this is, and this isn't okay. And the technology isn't okay, and the immersion isn't okay. And I don't know how much he understood of what this was, but he always said it was grounded supposedly in ethics. And I tried to speak out ethically about what my concerns were with where this was all going. And he left, and then he went on to the Naval Academy, and you can look him up. But he, at the time, like, he was still presenting to high-level naval intelligence about these issues and about teaching courage. And I don't know if that's in the game, if this is part of the Enderverse Battle School game. Like, I know these things because of the things I bumped into, the books I've read, the experiences I've had that are real. They're all real to me, and they had profound impacts on my life. So I just want to say, like, I didn't understand at the time about the Navy, about frequency, about remote education, about lifelong learning. Like, I just thought maybe it was about ed tech, and I knew there was a problem, and that what they were saying about training people in Navy submarines, which are nuclear submarines, didn't all add up, and that the gaming stuff didn't all add up. But and that this XAPI system and these gaming environments and human capital analytics, like, didn't all add up. But it is part of this network superintelligence. And
yeah.
So this is just a screenshot from this larger map. Again, most of these maps got deleted off of Little Sis because I realized too late that was a honeypot on the back end. And again, this is kind of like the AI system tracking the players in the game, right, in ways that we don't understand. So in the Enderverse game, Jane is the AI. And in one of the later books, she's being sort of stalked by this young Asian servant girl who is very smart. And is trying to find the AI and find out what's causing this anomaly, right? And she doesn't realize it's Jane, but she's trying to piece together the puzzle. And Jane, as an AI who has ubiquitous sensing, can see every move that this young girl is making in her quest to ascertain what's happening in the anomaly. And so that's kind of what I'm equating this to, is I was in Little Sis mapping what I understood as different parts of this puzzle, and that they could see I was getting closer to my understanding, or maybe if not closer, I was understanding different parts of the puzzle that they didn't want made known. So eventually they just deleted all of my logins and deleted my maps. But I had quite a number of them saved on Wayback Machine. So this is a screenshot from one of them that's talking about Michael Crow. And I think his name is significant, the Crow, the intelligence of the sort of trickster, and Arizona State. And again, Phoenix is in Tempe, but Phoenix overall is a very symbolic space. And Arizona State is funded a lot by Koch Industries, and Charles Koch actually did work at Oak Ridge National Labs. If we're getting back to the nuclear, their money was in oil and oil refining, but they're getting into next gen nuclear now. So I think that's related. And they had a whole center for games and impact that was funded by the Gates Foundation. Sesame Street was connected to this. USAIG was connected, Intel, the National Science Foundation, the MacArthur Foundation. All of these things are connected to Thrivecast, and it was being framed as workforce development, skills development, blockchain, not as a mind file or a digital twin for manipulation in the gaming program, but as, empowerment for low-income people. But you've got things looking back that the digital credential platform, concentric sky, again, ether, sky is a key piece. And like in that Everything Everywhere All at Once, one of the images is of their fingers stretching into those weird hot dog fingers in the movie. And I don't know, Jason, if you noticed that in the Congress, in that scene where they try to sniff the ampule to get the syndrome that her son has, Usher syndrome, and they fly, right? They go into the air, and their hands turn into wings. And it's kind of like those hot dog fingers, right? I think there's something about being disconnected from the ground and in the ether that makes you more malleable in this space. So you've got concentric sky, and then you have bright hive, which is the Center for Skills Collection and Impact Finance. And that's, to me, Bright is the light and the optical and photonic computing systems. All of this is embedded in even Strata education. Strata, I believe, is a road. That's a cybernetic. You're on these pathways in the game mechanics. And that this is going to be framed as human flourishing. This is what the Green New Deal is selling. This is what AOC is selling and Bernie is selling, is thriving and flourishing. But you have to agree to live under the dome that Stephen Newcomb described so clearly. If you're a pagan in the promised land is the dome. If you're an indigenous person who doesn't agree to live in the holodeck, they are going to try to erase you. And I think the erasure begins to happen within the social gaming, the relational gaming environment, is that we get erased as we agree to live in the digital sphere, which is like getting up on the tin cans and being on the board with the oscillators. Once we step onto the oscillator platform and live in that space, we can be erased. Because in that digital world, you can turn things on and off, you can manipulate situations, you can change relationships within the neural network of social relationality. And I've lived that for 3.5 years in the most profound way. And it gives me some tiny measure of comfort that I'm starting to understand the mechanics of how it was done. Because I think what was being done to me is being done to many, many other people. And I hope that there's some resonance, at least with me talking about my experience. And I still have love. Like, I still have love for my family. I still have, I harbor frustration with how things have worked. I still have care for people that I considered friends, that things went cattywampus, because I can see how it actually is playing out. Yeah. And to know that Arizona State is connected directly to San Diego, to Naval Frequency, to Scripps, to Nano, to immersive gaming, to all of those things. And the Salk Institute, that's all central.
Yeah,
so,
totally.
Anyway, I'm sorry for keeping talking so much.
No, that's okay.
I think so now we just have the clips, and I think so there's 3. This is Michael Mateus. There's 2 that I made. These are from 2 talks, and these talks are old. They're 10 years old. And then there's one that has to do with a young woman who is either works or is a student in his lab, and she is talking about game mastering. So do we want to do the first one? I think these are each about 7 minutes.
Oh, here's
and then probably by 3:30 I should.
This one, yeah. This is the Dungeon Master one.
Well, we can do this one first if you want to start. So this is a young woman. This is from 2021. So this is to show that this work is continuing of AI mediation of immersive storytelling. And what I would say is that the template of the immersive storytelling as a problem-solving space is part of the collective computation. I don't think she understands it as that, and this guy Mateus may not understand it as that, but I think that that's actually what it is. So
it's a longer one. It's 10 minutes. Do you want to do the? We can if we just. I know we've got you've got to get out. This is 10 minutes. Do you want to?
Okay, well, so we can append this one on the end. I would just say that this is about, or maybe you can just stick it in later. But yeah. The important thing to listen to in this space is this idea of the dungeon master, or what she calls the game master, and that this was happening with tabletop games. It didn't even have to be in the haptic suit, and that there was some overview providing context for the gameplay and to steer and to provide different kinds of experiences to guide the game to a successful resolution. Now, Jason, you've played D&D, so maybe you can speak a little bit into that, but they're talking about hooking people into the game, keeping them engaged based on what you know about their character. And then her goal was to create an interface. She talked about it like an AI assistant for game masters to support them in bringing the games to a resolution by using more platform technology about the progression of the game and the nature of the characters in the game, which I would say is a social computation.
Yeah. Well, it's hard for me because I played D&D back when I had a group of friends where we used to play it in the early 90s. And it was very, it was low tech. Actually, my friend did have an overhead projector where he would draw maps, old school overhead with the marker, where you can map out what the thing looked like. But yeah, I mean, there would be a dungeon. There was always the dungeon master who would kind of guide the game, and they were the ones that would kind of like tell the story, and then the players would interact in different ways, and he or she would put obstacles up in their way. And just try to, make it fun, like make it entertaining. So I think it's some of those basic ideas are being extrapolated into this, digital sphere where there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's going on that was never part of anything that I had anything to do with when I was a kid.
I would say that a lot of people who are doing gaming and doing Comic-Con and doing these performance, because even Yosha Bach in his talk, he talks about going to Burning Man and the importance of costume, mask, and all of that. Like,
that's a huge part of it, is like you have a character, you build your character. I used to get in trouble with my friends because they'd spend the whole week building out their characters. Like, what are the personality traits? What's their backstory? And then you roll dice to determine, what their, how much like constitution they have and defense and all these other things. And I would show up like 15 minutes beforehand and I'd build my character, and they'd be like, "You don't have your character built?" But a lot of it's like role playing. Like it's I think there's some positive things to it, because you can, you can imagine yourself in this other shoes or whatever, and imagine in different scenarios. There's a benign aspect to it, and then there's obviously, it can be problematic as well. But I know.
Well, but I've often thought that Burning Man is a prototype computational space. Like, and again, I'm not saying that you understand what the computation is, but I think clearly looking at from the Bitcoin to Burning Man and knowing who is participating and writing the chapters of the book and how things are unfolding now, that they knew when they wrote that book, John Clippinger, and I can't remember the other guy who was the co-editor, that all of those people, including Wadlowski Berger, like who's in Otoy and the light stage, like they knew where it was going. Now, most of the participants had no idea. And that's my whole point, is we can be participating in events in our life that are adding to some part of a larger experiment, computation, puzzle solving that we don't understand, and we haven't given our consent to that. And
right.
And so I think that there are a lot of layers of like levels of awareness of what Burning Man really is and who has access to the higher levels of who's involved in that not everybody, like the average person just showing up, has. But people who are maybe hiding out in the tent doing the monitoring do have.
Yeah, the surveillance of it is obviously a big thing. And the fact that, it's now owned by Google, and Google and BlackRock, I think, are the biggest. Google owns like 51% of Burning Man, and BlackRock, I don't know how much BlackRock owns, but they own a bunch of it. I mean, I'm done with Burning Man.
Well, I'm not. This is not a judgment. I'm just saying, like, with this lens, starting to understand this as archetype, as a role playing game in immersive space, in immersive reality, it starts to get clearer. Like, oh, that's part of your lived experience. With this lens, you can start to maybe look back and think, okay, you're constructing a character, so that, like, how would that serve a computational social function?
Right. And there's a reason why they bought that. It's like, it used to be a nonprofit, and, it switched over, and there was some controversy about that. But the Google and BlackRock purchasing that, they did that for a reason, Yeah.
Could we just pull up the images of MetaMask? Just walk through that real quick before we do the last.
Yeah. Lubin.
Yeah. Lubin. So you sent me this image early this morning. I guess it's Joe Lubin with Consensus, and he's doing this chat. This just loaded, like you're on top of things. 7 hours ago, 36 views. And again, these things don't have tons of views, right? Like the Friedman Zuckerberg will have millions of views. This stuff won't have many views. Like maybe you'll top out a couple thousand views, right? But this is the key. Like this is, in my opinion, this is where we should be looking. And he's wearing this MetaMask t-shirt. And can you speak to MetaMask a little bit? Like just what it...
Yeah, I mean, it's
a wallet, right?
It's a wallet. Yeah, it's a digital wallet. And I don't know all the details of it, but it's a digital wallet, essentially.
And they work in collection with a lot of the places that we talk about, like Protocol Labs and Filecoin.
Yeah, and you can exchange different tokens for other tokens, and yeah.
And so it just hit me this morning that MetaMask, so it's a polygon, so it's almost like a graphical modeling, like a basic graphical wireframe of a fox. Now that's a profoundly significant archetype in the Jungian archetype space. And again, MetaMask, metaphysics. A mask is something that you wear in terms of live action role playing gaming and the fox aspects of it. So I think I had an image with the people who designed initially, like, again, there's always a backstory that they give you about how MetaMask came about. And I would just say I'm starting to really be convinced that the tokens are the language, this characteristica universalis, that the token exchange is the signaling, is the language, is the emergent behavior. So in 2016, MetaMask and the Fox were born. And so it's sort of this wireframe. And again, it's magenta. So Steffers talks a lot about magenta being this placeholder space between real reality and programmable reality. But the guys that founded it, these two, again, there's a story and it says, Aaron wanted an animal mascot, a low poly fox, I guess a low polyhedron fox, or that's the wireframe. The fox for me invokes a number of things. The folk hero of Disney's Robin Hood, rebellion against tradition, the clever solitary creature as an image of self-custody, a chance encounter in the dark forest, and solving the problem of safe collaboration on how we can trust each other. Okay, and so they made this interactive fox. So it's important that he mentioned the folk hero of Disney's Robin Hood, because that, so to me, when I see fox, I have an image here of feral intelligence. There's a dualism. Sometimes people imagine the fox as a trickster that is cunning and trying to trick you out of something. And on the other hand, the fox would be a wise guide, like because of their cunning. So there's two sides of the wisdom. One is to be used in a playful or sneaky way, and one is to be used in a helpful way. But ultimately, it's a wild intelligence. And so I would say that this idea of Web3 is hoping to channel the wild intelligence of society, not just human society, but human society interacting with some sort of digital representation of animist intelligence in whatever form, from biofilm to rainforest, in some sort of computational aspect. And so the fox, I think, is really significant. And I don't know, do you have the Robin Hood image? So they say that this is the inspiration, this 1973 animated film about Robin Hood. And again, this fits in with, well, not exactly the libertarians, because the crypto-libertarians are the billionaires. So it's not exactly a steal from the rich, give to the poor. But I think this idea of redistribution, or a redistributive, a future ecotopia where we have proper distribution of shared resources in the commons, like it fits with that. Also, the fox being a loner, that fits with the self-sovereign identity. But it said that the actual use of the fox as the Robin Hood character, it didn't start out this way. And it talks about the original plan that Disney had was to make a film about Reynard the fox, which is part of a Dutch medieval fable. Now, of course, the Dutch are central in all of this, Dutch East India and Arise and all of this stuff that's happening in the Netherlands. But Reynard the Fox, actually, it was a sort of provided this biting social commentary around the politics and religion of the Middle Ages. So before Robin Hood and the Fox, they were going to do this other fox, but then Disney kind of swore off of it because it turns out that if you can bring up the Nazi thing, that in the 30s, that the Nazis had done their own telling of the Reynard the Fox story, and that it was an anti-Semitic children's story by Belgian-born Dutch politician Robert van Genechten, a member of the Nazi Party's Dutch Front. And he named the story after this poem, and it was published, and then it became a cartoon. And, it was like the world being crazy. There was no one who kept the rules, and rabbits went in foxholes, and chickens wanted to be in, do these different things. And, and the fox tricked and the others tricked and, killed, the Jodocus that was part of this. So it was an anti-Semitic cartoon, and it was financed with German money in 1943, and it had this huge budget, but it was never put out publicly because the Jews were already moved to the concentration camps, and so they didn't actually use it. And then ultimately it says, let's see, the Department of People's Information Service and the Arts didn't want to use the film because they felt that the fox was traditionally seen as a villain, and they didn't want it to be used as a hero. So there's this other piece of the backstory around Disney and this Reynard the Fox. Here it says Disney's animation studios thought about making a movie about Reynard the Fox, but they thought it was unsuitable and decided to turn it instead to use the work that they had done on the character development. They made the Sword in the Stone, which is Arthurian, again, very archetypal, and then they repurposed the character designs for Robin Hood. So like the story behind the story of the fox in the Robin Hood story is actually something that's a lot darker. And so to me, it's very interesting that when we're talking about MetaMask, which is this digital wallet for the computational gaming and the token engineering, framed often as consensus and participation in the commons, because Jason, consensus is the computation. Consensus is the social computation. That is the token exchange. That is the problem-solving solution, the emergent problem. That's that the tokens and the Web3 are the language, and the futarchy and the public policy voting are what are going to turn us into ant computer. Mm-hmm. That's going to turn us into you social insects in the name of freedom and democracy. Like, it's crazy, but that's what's going to happen. So I think this whole idea of wearing a mask is masking the true intentions of what Web3 is, but is also a hat tip that it wants to invite us to wear a mask. And in this world, yeah, I put up here The Magus, which is a book that Raul, Diego brought to my attention, this John Fool's book, that soon we won't know what's reality and what's real and what's not real. And in this book, it's a young man who's going on a quest, and he engages with an older man who's playing psychological mind games with him, that he doesn't know what's real and what's not real anymore. Everything is confusing. It's hard to know who or what to trust, and it ends up being a psychological mind game at the end. And so I feel like that is what we're being invited into within the holodeck, is a space where it will blur reality. It will unground us. It will unground us to the extent that we can be oscillated synchronistically and entrained for the purposes of something we don't understand, which was probably prototyped in D&D and in Burning Man in ways that people who just thought they were playing a game and being part of a fun community didn't understand. They didn't understand where the road went.